Welcome to the Smokeout people. Once again, it's Blunttalk Nola. You know what I'm saying? What we doing? We doing all type of shit, man. Y'all in the building. Shout out to the people tonight that's coming through. Gonna be watching this on the replay. Once again, you know what I'm saying? I am Silent Child 17. God, son.
He got on the spot.
And we got Chat Tracks somewhere about to be in the building, I guess. I mean that he gonna be in the building. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. He's gonna be.
Yeah. So you know how I like to do on my segments, y'all. Y'all know how I like to do. Hold on. DJ, cut the beat. DJ, cut the beat, DJ. I like to start my segments off with a little sermon, P. Dot. So you already know, bro. So I'm gonna give y'all my brother Steve Coakley early to this evening, if you don't mind. I'm gonna give you my brother early. That way we don't have no miscommunications of what we looking at and what we trying to do with anything that's coming up. Killer moms this evening, P. Dot. Killer moms, man. Hey, we've been talking about this over time. This is like a staple in Blunt Talk Nola. I've even presented it as a segment or a series because of so many situations coming up every year, damn near every 3 months, damn near every, you know what I mean? So we're looking at this now like a series, brother. That's sort of, hey, Blood Talk Nola presents Killer Moms. So moms is killing in different ways. Not Peter. Mine is something different. Mine got a different name. You see what I'm saying? My shit say something is missing as a mom, Peter, and that's nurturing. The human nature
Yeah.
of nurturing as a mother, wanting to not unalive them, Peter. But that ain't been going on, P. P, it's getting worse and worse as I'm seeing, bro. It don't even matter the race. Don't even, let's not
Yeah.
even go there, audience.
Yeah.
People, not you. People. Let's
Mhm.
not even go
Oh,
there.
oh,
We
oh.
could pick and choose all day. If y'all want to put it in the comments or talk that shit, you could say who's worse and who's the best and get killing the children. I guess if y'all want to, we could do that. But this is a very serious situation, and we understand that everybody have their own opinions about it. So just talking back to you, P, it's going to be a very interesting night because I definitely don't know what my fellas are bringing or who they gonna talk about and none of that. So I'm pretty sure y'all be like, "Well, damn, how y'all, don't bump into each other with certain stuff?" We do, we definitely do. And when that happens, sometimes we just do what we can make best out of, or y'all hear us say, "Well, yeah, I was gonna talk about that situation," and we give our own little take off of what our brother shows. So it all works in the end, and is all for awareness, people. So as well as being entertained, also look for this as awareness and look at these certain situations and reevaluate your shit while you sitting there, being a mother or being a part of anything that has to do with, raising a kid. Because I think as a woman and as a man, excuse my language, as a child, I think as a woman or as a man, we have to reevaluate our whole lives around that instead of them trying to cope with what we got going on already. I think a lot of times we get that confused, just being uh I'm gonna say thrown in that situation, or actually making this, or actually not, or but and actually going through that situation, as having a full birth, and saying that you're going to take full responsibility is definitely a not you no more type moment. And I don't think a lot of people want to come out of that, even with let's say mental health problems. It's still
Mm-hmm.
that notion of selfishness that also shows that it's bigger than just claiming or not. I ain't gonna even say claiming, or just is bigger than just having mental, health problems, you know. And I think people need to understand that too as well. While we keep trying to, I ain't gonna say blame everything on mental health, but now really putting this as an out front or an outcry now that these things, the way they're happening, is all about mental health. And I disagree with that, P. I'm pretty sure you might have a opinion on that. I'm gonna get that from you in a minute. I just wanted to give the people the breakdown of what we was talking about. So yeah, people, welcome y'all. Shout out to people who on the building right now. DD 504, come on, man. Big dog status, man. DD 504. Let's go, man. Yo, you already know what time it DD. You already know what time it is. I got one for you now. I'm telling you. Right here in our good community, DD 504. You already know. Right here in our good community. We be doing our thing. So yeah. And everything I just talked about, it goes with my story. So I want my brothers to just take, heed to what I said too as well. You know what I'm saying? And implement that into their stories when he's speaking on, you know, the story that they speaking on. So definitely. P Dot, you wanna chime in on anything what I just said with that, brother? Are we
Yeah,
good?
man. We definitely gotta understand that there's a lot more than just mental health going on with these mothers unaliving their children. Like, you already have to be in a specific state of mind to want to unalive something that you carried with you in your body that was given to you in the name of love, or in some cases not in the name of love, but just the fact that you carried it to term, brought it life into existence, and then decide sometime later that you no longer want that light of life to be here on this earth. You already were in a specific state of mind, and that has to be talked about. Um, some of these people, mothers, out here doing it for, uh, I guess you could say money. Money plays a big factor in a lot of these things, man. People think they get away with it, blaming other people. They want to discipline but go too far, right? And lie about it. So it's all these types of things to take into consideration, and I just want everybody to know that being aware of the situations regarding the unaliving of a child is very disheartening, and we take no
Not just of a
we
child, your
take no
own child.
part, right? Not just any child, your child, you know, and that's where I feel like this is some of the most difficult things to have to talk about with people is uh some of these people are so heartless with it. You wonder how they made it through life themselves. So that's just something we could highlight on. I don't want to take up too much time because I mind be constantly
Oh,
rolling
for
through.
sure.
You know, but yeah, it's all about awareness, people. We need to be more aware of what's going on with the mothers and their children. Because you never know.
Hmm.
It happens at the we could say the blink of an eye. The way it's happening now.
Yeah. Not, and let's put it like this too, people, and let's not forget the factor of our government who's supposed to be allegedly making all these uh different sectors to take care of this type of stuff. They not even connected with anything. They doing their own little vigilante shit too. Let's see, the girl
Mm-hmm.
called in for mental health or something like that. They don't go by all the procedures they supposed to. They not talking to this one. They're not talking to the therapist. So it, trust me, we gonna dive into a lot of,
It's a list, yeah.
all these situations, bro, because they also have a responsibility too. They foot got to be held to the fire as well. While we taking,
Yeah.
while we're taking responsibility for what we did, they also have to take responsibility for the negligence that they put out here, brother. And we gonna definitely jump into that. So yeah, P. Great point. I got some little other news and shit. P. Dot, you said you got some other news and shit. So let's get into that other news and shit. What you think, P? You want to
All right.
hop on the bandwagon, bro? Get this thing rolling, bro.
Yes, sir. I got one already lined up for you. Now, y'all know how we've been on the necks of these preachers, right? And
Yes,
all
sir.
of the things that they've been doing and saying, and the fact that just last week we talked about one of the preachers being Kenneth Copeland being found guilty of fraud, defrauding the church. Uh, so
Mhm.
this week
Millions of
I
dollars.
found a sister. I found a sister now who's gonna get a neck on the neck of the preachers in her community. And boy, and she does it at a city council meeting. So you
Man, come on,
know
man. Wait, at
it
a
was
city
deep
council
for her
meeting,
to
she
take it
come
out
with.
at a city council meeting. She went there. So I want y'all to check this out. And then, brother, soon as it finishes playing, I want to get your thoughts on it because I know you got some. You gonna have a
Oh
good
man, well let's
time
get
with
into
this.
okay. Well, let's get into it. Then. Shit, I ain't going to mow you.
Fears of what's going on with the mayor or the administration when you don't even have the faculties to go out into the public and witness to people, but yet you can tell them bring you all the tithes into the storehouse and that there'll be meat in my house. But in the meanwhile, we got people like Mr. Leroy that's hungry. We got people that's going homeless left and right. And that's not every pastor. There's always one bad apple in the bunch that'll make you look at the whole tree
But
as
it's like
being
five of
polluted and
them now,
poisoned.
man.
You can't offer me filet mignon and put shit on it and tell me it's okay.
Say again, brother.
Don't pause it. Let her rock. Let her cook. Like what
Oh,
Gorilla
let
say,
us
Glorilla.
cook.
Let her cook.
It's not okay. It's not okay. You guys got to do better. And I'm not even talking about the council. I'm talking about the pastors now. And I'm a preacher's kid, so I could go there like that. And I'm going to go there like that. And I don't care who gets offended. Pastor, stay in your lane. Pastor Lagarde, we thank God for you because you actually be out there in the streets with us. But these other fake Negro pastors and Patterson that do nothing to bring people off the streets to get them to get salvation, and you're only strong in the four walls. You're not strong in the street. We don't see you in the first ward. We don't see you praying for people. All we do is see you fake prophesying on Sunday mornings. Knock it off. Stay out of the business administration. Stay out of Andre's business. He's already polluted and corrupted enough. For the pastors, you already know you're going to have to give an account to God. We expect this from people in the street. But there ought to be more spiritual responsibility, more spiritual morality. Get your shit together.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hmm.
Be
Get
that.
your shit together.
Attack someone you can't reach, but protect the one who is hidden by paying other people to misdirect the real attack system. See, we get confused about the attack. We don't know sometimes when you're being given something, you're being attacked. It might be that that weakens your resistance to further attack. It could be money. In the church, attacks are usually led about rumor. In the church, a rumor is a powerful commodity, much more powerful than fact, because you've got a speculation science. So in that arena, fact is not an argument. Rumor, speculation, the pastor sleeping with Billy Joe mama, can ruin a man instantaneously. In politics, it might be a different type of ingredient.
Ooh. Hey, Pete, we gonna hear from Brother Coakley a lot of times on certain situations, bruh. That lady there, bruh.
Mm-hmm.
She ain't, she ain't said nothing wrong that she wasn't supposed to say. That was been supposed to been said at a time where it was where it was needed the most, P. And today is not now. You hear me, my G? Today is not now.
Mm-hmm.
See, that lady is understanding the situation that happened when them motherfuckers was supposed to be saying the shit she's saying.
Yep.
For instance, P, right after they killed Malcolm X, right after they killed Martin Luther King, they were supposed to be getting on these black churches then in the 60s,
Yeah.
the 70s, and especially the fucking 80s, especially when technology went to doing this ooh-wop. Come on, man.
And in the 90s. Yeah.
P, I ain't gonna P. Is overkill if I say 90s, P. Listen to me. It's
Mm-mm.
overkill.
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna make them feel
Mm-mm.
even worse.
I would.
Bruh, no. I know what you're saying, but I'm just speaking on it, P. I'm just speaking on it. I'm agreeing with you 100%. It's too late during the 90s. Now tell me I'm lying. I'm telling you some shit about in the 60s. These niggas is trying to get shit up and running in the 90s, P.
Yeah, I
2000,
could see that.
25.
I
Look,
could see that.
2025.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
look. You right though. Look, you saw. We saw. It was
We
undeniable
saw
in
the
the
progression.
90s.
Yeah, it wasn't
Yes,
deniable no more. You couldn't deny that shit in the 90s no more.
you wasn't. It
Maybe in
was
the
popping though.
like the early 80s, yeah, you could still be denying that shit. But once
Black
90 hit,
churches have to take.
oh,
No, black churches have to take their feet to the fire. Not only black churches. Now I gotta correct myself, but this is my people I'm talking about. So that's why I say black churches, because that's what they considered us as when you look at that type of situation. But it's so-called black people that's going to these churches that's going along with a lot of shit that we shouldn't be. And guess what? They not holding themselves to the flame that say, hey, like Martin Luther King said, maybe I took my people into a burning building. Basically saying I put my people in a situation that I know they wasn't gonna be able to get their fucking self out of. Maybe I led the march. Maybe I led the motherfucking P. You hear what I'm saying? Maybe I did that.
right.
P, they would
And
not
not
come
just
out and
that.
take the lick for it. They not coming out and taking the lick for that, dog. Bro, they could have all kind
And
of
we can name
pamphlets
a
and
few.
all kind of shit ready for people to sign up to get houses and all that shit. The church is supposed to be the foundation. That's what the fuck it was there for. It was a hub, P. You ever let's think about it like this, right? On some black op shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say we doing some infantry or whatever for some shit. The first thing we gonna need is a hub, P. We gonna need a hub station to where we do our work and we work from out of that area, correct?
Correct.
Let's think about any movie, even if you don't know nothing about none of this shit I'm talking about, right? Let's look at any movie that have anything to do with CIA, special officers, special agents, and all that shit. P, they'll move a whole side wall, and it be behind that bitch. It be a whole computer station behind that bitch, right?
Uh-huh.
Old
Some
Batman
guns
shit, huh?
and all kind of shit. All kinds of shit.
I'm just saying, you need a
Definitely gonna
hub,
find some
right?
guns in that motherfucker.
You need a hub, right?
Mm-hmm.
You need a hub. You need a complete station to where this shit is going to go down. There, come on, bro. Like, let's not. You see what I'm saying? Let's not fabricate it because it sounds like some shit that goes with, all this other shit that they feed us through animation, through this, through that, through movies, through superheroes and all that shit. Yeah, put all that shit together right now. You still need a fucking hub. Every superhero done told you that. Every animation person. Everybody has a sector, a spot, a place, a certain specter area. The black church is that, Peter. And all this fuck shit, the black church is that. And I think they're not taking their lick for that. They're not holding their feet to the fire where they fucked up. Because look at what they're accepting in the church. It's not just to get people in there. They swag surfing and shit in church now, P.
Yeah.
They working with some ass shit. They
Church
bad
done
shit in
became
church now, P.
church done went from being
Trying to tell you, bro,
a
it's
place of worshiping
okay.
God to a place of worshiping who got the best
Instead of
dress.
saying I'm wrong, I fucked up. Let's make this shit right. No, we gonna keep go. You see what I'm saying? We gonna keep accepting it. That should show people that that's what that is. It's not for what you think it's for. Y'all go Netflix. Y'all go watch. They clone Tyrone again. Go watch that bitch about 5 times. You'll get what I'm saying. Because they made
Hey,
a
bro.
dramatic version of what the importance is of the black church through that movie. They did some dramatic shit to make it look like a comic book and shit. I get that. But I ain't talking about that shit. I'm talking about how they made the church home a hub, just like we did when we say that we were slaves and shit, right? What was the hub, P. Dot? The church, huh? Tell me I'm lying.
Yeah.
Just stop me when I'm
That,
lying, P, because you're quiet as a
that's
mouse
the
in
hub. The
church,
hub
and I
was
can hear you
always the church.
pissing on the cotton. I'm just saying, P, help me. Do you want to say anything about that? Because I'm going to shut up after that one, bro. Because that was
I
a
I
great point what that lady was saying, brother.
I look and if I'm not mistaken, I like old church, small church, right? The message got out better to me in a smaller church. Cause them big churches, too many distractions. It's too many distractions. It's too many people in this motherfucker. I'm I developed claustrophobia being around people in big churches, bro. And I'm gonna be honest with you, especially after going to one of the most notable churches down here in the city of New Orleans, right? And I shouldn't even have to say its name, right? And to have people look at you as though you ain't shit in the church on a event where you don't have to be formally dressed. You come in, street clothes, jeans, boots, tennis shoes, t-shirts, stuff like that. And to have people looking at you like you ain't shit in the church. Oh man, we gotta do better, right? And to know, like Steve Copeland said, to know when you're being attacked and being given things, right, to weaken your resistance to further attack. Because one of the biggest things he said was rumors, right? Well, down here, rumors have a way of being true, and People call us conspiracy theorists, and we call ourselves conspiracy fact, right? Because everything we done talked about so
Yeah.
far,
Conspiracy fact
we
checkers. Yes,
found it
sir.
to be, yeah, we done fact check a lot of that shit. And some of it just be natural intuition on my point, to make a point. Some of it just really be natural intuition because you feel the negativity, you feel the badness, you feel that aura of evil, especially when you get around certain places and certain people. So even though the Most High has His way, and eventually all that comes to light, He gives those of us who otherwise would not be paying attention to it that gut feeling. Okay, look, something ain't right here. Something ain't right. And so
Yes,
I
sir.
think
I
that's
agree.
one of the things that we notice about these churches, bro. And it's like you have to mm, feel enough of the Most High within you to say, I can't participate with this church. I can't do it, you know. And so that's one of the things that made me stay away from mega churches. Like, it's something not right with that shit. Like, I understand that, these pastors are saying that uh, we supposed to accept or come as you are, right? But while coming as you are, you have a way of separating the people who are coming as they are, poor, neglected, disenfranchised, red line,
Hmm.
discriminated
That's a
against,
contradiction then.
right?
Yep. If you can name all that, that's a contradiction if you could name all that,
You
Pete.
see what
That's
I'm
real
saying?
shit.
To the members of your congregation that have good jobs, making good money, own their own homes, have multiple cars, and have their children all in private school and paying all of them tuition on time every time. That's kind of harsh, right? It's harsh to treat a person who is less fortunate any different. If anything, you should be trying to bump them up, right? But that's not
Yeah,
what
like I
happened.
said, look, signing them up for housing programs and let them know what's going on with the same
Why?
grant you filled out to have your church uh tax exempt and all this shit here. Like put your
Right.
people on while you're preaching the word. There shouldn't be nothing wrong with that. People for some reason they separate that, and I'm totally in agreement with you with that.
Even with that, like look, and I'm glad you said that, bro. Even with that, there was a church across the river, and I'm speaking on this on a personal nature. I went through a struggle where I needed help with housing, right? And there was the church that was supposed to be able to do something for you, help you get set up with housing, get you pushed up the ladder. Went there, gave the people our information, did what we were supposed to do. While in there, I asked the lady for the Wi-Fi to the church, and she told me the church name and stuff like that. So I go on my phone. You know how you do a search for Wi-Fi. Why FBI popped up? The feds was watching that fucking church, thinking nothing of it, just thinking that they might have been watching something else going on in the area. No, they was watching that fucking church because that church got busted for identity fraud. That same church that was supposed to be helping people was using people information and stealing it and using it. And that's what messed the whole scenario up.
Crazy,
You know what I'm saying?
crazy.
That's what
Yeah,
made
bro.
me become like, I'm leery, I'm weary, I don't trust certain churches no more. And it's because of these things that I have personally went through that I have a difficult time going in the house. It was supposed to be the house of the Most High. See the quote in quote fingers, right? Supposed to be the house of the
Yeah.
Most High, but
And
you
don't let them
wind up
scare you, bro. Don't let
serving.
them demons scare you away. If you feel like that's, if you feel like that's where you think you need that to get where that's why I say don't let them deter you from, your path though, too, P. You see what I'm saying? Because the way they is, I know what you're saying
Right.
too. Like it does leave a bad stain, but don't let that deter you from trying other churches and stuff if you feel like you
Oh
need
no, no, no. I'm
that
not.
in your life
No,
too. Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not gonna
because
say
at
I
the
haven't
same
tried other
time,
churches.
these people is, that's their whole plan too. At the same time, while they getting
Right.
people in church, they also, you know, doing the thing to keep people from away from whatever their path is. And I think that's the whole purpose. And them,
Mm-hmm.
feeding off of you and taking your money and talking prosperity, but only talking prosperity for themselves. And like I
That's
said,
right.
these big
That is
stadiums,
a pet peeve of
come
mine.
on, man. Like it's ridiculous to even want a congregation that big with any pastor. So just looking at, like you said, just having that, not, I ain't gonna say fear, just having that phobia of big churches and them, uh because this is because phobia is like a type of fear. It's not really a, you scared of it. It's like you
Right.
more aware, or
But
the
just
awareness of it.
yeah.
That's why I say like a,
Um,
I not even phobia really.
a
It's
disdain,
just you're
disliking.
cautious. Yeah, you're cautious of it because
Yeah.
of how y'all playing it, and I get that. It's definitely understandable, bro. Because how can you, you know, uh, how can all these people actually receive the word that's actually being spoken through, that big of a congregation? And the only place I can remember, and like I be trying to tell y'all about, is 1666. Sabotage Sebi. Sabotage Sebi. He was basically telling them everything that the Bible tells you, to repent for and to be, you know, uh aware of. Demolish all that. Do everything that you're told not to do in the Bible. And this is how you get closer to God.
Hmm.
Everything. He had 1 million followers, P, at this time, and I'm gonna keep telling this story over and over. And we're gonna probably do some more, segments on it, P. So
Right.
trust me, people need to understand this, and people need to know how this stuff really rock. In 1666, a man had 1 million followers. And I ain't talking about Instagram follow. I'm talking about like I'll follow you, whatever you do, follow you. Like
A
cultish follow.
lot of bodies to work with.
Follow you. 1 million though, Pete, before Instagram. How you get 1 million people to follow you? That
Boy,
mean
word of
people
mouth
that
must have
people
been a
that mean
motherfucker.
people understand. Oh man, people from other areas are following your ideologies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
At a
looking at
time
your
where they didn't even
ideology as
have
a
like
path, if I could use that term, a path.
what?
Yo,
Pete,
A
you right.
path to
No,
follow.
you right. A
Yo, what it
path.
do, chop chop?
What's good, Chop? Man, I was just reminding them about Sabotage Sebi, bro. 1666, bro. This man had 1 million followers before Instagram. So the influence is a motherfucker. Cause we was getting on he showed uh a segment of the lady getting on the black churches, bro, about, their role in the black community and what's really going, the so-called black community, and how they need to be responsible. Well, that was basically my point of how they need to be held to the fire when they fucked up, and it wasn't in 2025. You know what I'm saying? It was way in the '60s and shit when people were supposed to be stepping up and really getting on these black churches, but letting them get away with a lot of the shit that was going on. So that's basically where we at right now. Shit crazy, bro. Everybody straight though, family good. Oh, he must be getting straight. But yeah, P,
Yeah.
you could roll with your next one. You could roll with your next one if
Yeah,
you want, bro. We could keep it
I
pushing.
heard. I was listening
Oh,
to
all right,
y'all
you
talking
heard me.
about
Oh,
the
all right.
75-17.
All right.
Yeah, I was here the whole time.
Did you have anything you wanted to say about
He's a,
what we presented so far
I
in
was
the other
asking you
news?
about the fam too. The fam good. Everybody straight.
oh yeah. Everybody good. I just made it out. Sure. Okay, we just went to Walmart, got a little stuff, but everything everybody's good. Everybody's in their respective spaces.
Shout out to Jayla Baby, one of the coldest out here in these goddamn streets when they come to that dancing shit. You dig? So we gonna
Yeah,
move on.
I'm gonna be back on the road with doing the next fucking probably next month or some shit. They got something coming up. I don't know. But
They're gonna be
it's
calling
one
him
of
big
them.
dude in a minute, I chat.
Shit, I can't wait, man. Get him out of there. Shit, I ain't gonna lie, it's different. It's different when you know the school and all that shit paid for. Cause
Shout
it's
out to
like,
Lil
bro,
Cuz.
you ain't got to worry about certain shit. If he do everything right, he's set up to be straight. He just gotta do it right. Fucking, he fucking up.
Say, bro, you on your Dion shit, bro. Tell
That's
people they
all
can
him.
hate on him when he get older. That's all. Like they doing shit, do it. You know.
That's crazy. Now I will say this. I will say this.
I don't want to get into too much shit, chap. I'm just trying to
Six
warm you up.
five,
That's all.
6'5", 250. That's a big ass. That's a big ass nigga right there, son. The nigga
Ben
we just.
Six
Roethlisberger was
five,
too,
250.
Oh, that nigga
6'5",
big.
250
and he won.
lean.
250. Oh yes.
Lean 250.
There you go, P. A lean
And,
250.
and no
Or
and
two
no
two fifty six.
and he's more of a pro. He a first time rookie to the NFL, but the nigga was in college for 6 years. And he played all
Uh,
6 years. So
wait,
I
I
don't
thought they
know.
had a limitation to
Oh
how many years you can play in
no,
college.
no, no! Look what they be doing, Pete. Let me hip you up on what they be doing now. See, what they do is they red shirt these niggas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once they red shirt them, they could stay out the whole year, and they don't even count as a year, Pete.
Mm-mm.
Let's say the nigga get red shirted and he get
Oh,
injured.
that's like
Listen,
that's
look,
like a nigga
listen,
sitting on
listen.
Listen to
I'm
Varsity
not
for
him.
2 years.
finished. I'm not finished, Pete. Look, I'm not finished. Look, you red shirt, right? Now you understand the red shirt part. Now let's say if
Yeah,
I get injured, as I'm red shirted, Pete. Nigga, that's probably two
right,
more
right.
years. I can just
You
chill.
got to
Listen to me.
chill.
I ain't even start my rookie year yet. I've been here 3 years. Oh, there it is. There go that laugh. There go
There
that.
it is.
You heard it, chop? That nigga,
Mm-hmm.
that
That's it.
realization
Yeah.
laugh. So
Oh
look,
no,
I could be
I think I
25.
understood it.
No, look, I'm just fucking with you. But look, I could be 25, 26 years old coming out of college, brother. That's what these little young niggas doing now. You hear me? P, you heard me?
Right,
Shador did his time and did his time at the time that you would normally do it like you was
Like you're supposed
anybody
to.
else that normally did it in the 90s or the 2000s, right?
right,
They had all kind of shit they throwing at this fucking man about how he not this, his confidence and all this shit. Come on, P. You know one thing, bro. When you got a quarterback, you need confidence, bro. If he ain't ready to throw the ball, bro, what you got him for, right? They trying to
right.
blame the man for confidence in his daddy. So, it's a lot we're looking at when Chop brought up brought up his height and his weight. It's amazing that they looking at that, and that's not looked at as a complete quarterback.
Mm-mm. Even the
It's a
offensive,
it's a it's a
even,
real, it's a serious problem. 6'4", 6'3", 6'5". That's a, you see what I'm saying? Around that
that's the huge ass nigga.
That's,
He's
that's a
six
huge.
very
five, you need a tall
tall boy.
quarterback. You
Well,
need a
yeah.
tall quarterback. You
People just
need
say that's
a
a tall
quarterback to
order.
look over. You need him to look over that. So if, like he said, if you're a 250 lean though, chap, if you're a 250
Mm-hmm.
lean, not a 250 Russell from your boy from LSU. Like that boy was down there 300 pounds and was throwing that motherfucker. So your weight does come into factor with certain things, but Shador not that big though. That's what I'm saying. That's a lie too, chap. That nigga is
That
not.
man small, man. He
That
tiny.
nigga is not no 250s. That nigga. See, them white boys looking at that man booty, bro. But see, that's what I told you. I don't want to go too far, bro. They
Right.
looking at that man. Chop, see that? You hear me though?
Yeah.
They on some freaky old white boy shit, and they just looking at that man and just saying whatever the fuck they will
Imagining
say.
him,
You
bro.
I
can't,
see. I
yeah,
do.
you can't, bro. They couldn't have evaluated this man. I've been telling y'all. I've been watching his little brother post they shit this whole year, y'all. I've been watching these people from the beginning. We was talking about the shit. What, 2 years ago, huh, fellas? The
Mm-hmm.
Colorado shit, the come up of Dion. Remember they were talking about Dion. We been
Mm-hmm.
listening to all this bullshit. The man was up for a Heisman at one time. How he don't even get drafted, yo? So
Man, this man is
I just
slid
wanted to
to day
wet your
three,
whistle
bro.
on that, chap, just to get
Yeah, he
your
definitely slid to day 3.
just get you up and running. Yeah, they slid him to day 3. He ain't
Yeah,
sliding over.
they
He
just
he
slid him to
wanted to
day
go in the
3.
first one. They did that
Man, the
shit, and they
Saints
trying to
could have
put
picked that
all
man
this
up.
shit
I'm not gonna say I
three.
like
The Saints gonna pick them up twice,
I
just
like
like the
the
Giants
offensive
and just like a
tackle
lot of
pick.
them other
I
teams.
do like the offensive tackle pick because we did have Ramchak retire. So we did need an offensive lineman. So we did need somebody to protect the quarterback. But then y'all go get a quarterback and not
Okay,
him.
that's what I was about to get into. That's
Like
what I was about to
how
ask you.
y'all go get a
Chop,
quarterback and not
they
him?
still got a nigga named Strofe from out the blue
You
from
call that nigga
Louisville.
straw. We
That's
call
my
him
point. That's what I'm
straw.
saying.
That's what you was saying earlier. Straw.
Not to keep going on. Go ahead,
Yeah,
P Lie. You can go ahead and present the
fuck
rest of
straw,
your segment
man.
though.
Puss ass nigga.
We we tank tops tonight, man. We heated tonight. This is nigga heated tonight. Let me put my camera on, man. This is nigga heated tonight. I got my black joint on. Chop got his
Mhm.
black.
This the road shirt right here. This how you know I'm on the road. I
P
got
Lie got his
this
white
shit
window
on the
on. You know what I'm
road.
saying?
You never know what the fuck
We
going.
thugging tonight, y'all. We thugging for Shador tonight, y'all. Fuck it, man.
Yeah, because
I don't know what's going on,
I
bro.
don't know
Ain't
what's
no way.
going
But
on,
guess
bro.
what, dude? Chop, I'm telling you, if they pick
Oh,
him, bro, if they keep going along this shit and they pick that fucking man, bro, I'm telling you, around, they gonna have problems.
they done already made him mad, and his
They gonna
daddy
have
mad.
problems, bro.
They done already.
Bro,
I'm.
it's a different pedigree, son. They don't know what it feel like to be raised by a black father, chop.
Oh, look at that light working better.
Chop, I know what the difference look like. You see what I'm saying?
Oh,
Nigga, you see what I'm saying? When my friends have been raised by a father and shit, yeah, they motivate me. Yeah,
mm-hmm.
it feel like something I'm missing, dog.
Excuse the shit out of me.
You know how you can smile at a motherfucker and you know they saying the worst shit in the world to you? That's
Oh
called
yeah,
patience, child. Everybody ain't got that shit, man.
I do that shit all the time.
You heard me, Peter? You feel me? Man, everybody ain't got that, bro. Because they been raised by their fucking mama, dog.
Right.
I'm
Since
telling you,
about
bro.
All right.
It's
like
a
So look,
different, it's
I
a
got.
different dynamic,
It's
and
a
I had
big
to
difference.
learn that shit on
Yes.
my own, my nigga. Yes, sir. Trials and tribulations, nigga. My mama ain't touched me none of that shit, and I love my mama to death and to life. But she ain't know how. So I ain't gonna blame her neither.
All right.
right.
But it is what it is. I ain't mean to hold you up though, Peter. I just
Yeah.
want to say that on that
No,
topic,
look,
bro,
you
because
good, you
it's
good,
some
man.
bullshit right now.
That's something that's been popping up a lot in conversations though lately about
Mm,
that too. What it is to be a father, raise a child, and stuff like that,
mm.
and understanding that there's a certain law that
The
must be
remote
followed in the household
on the
under the tutelage of the father. But look, I got a question. How unlucky do you have to be to get shot twice in the same night? Need me to repeat the question again?
Two
How
different
unlucky.
guns.
Two different guns, two different situations,
Damn.
and you get shot twice in the same night. How unlucky do you have to be? Well, this
If
person,
y'all ain't never see Color Purple, y'all go watch Color Purple. They got a song in that lady say, God trying to tell you something. That was the song. They sang that loud as a motherfucker. That's what I'm
well,
feeling right now.
the,
God trying to tell you something. You get shot by two different guns on the same night.
yeah,
Right now.
check it out.
From southeast Houston, where a man is in critical condition after police say he was shot twice. The first time when he was riding his scooter along Drew Street and someone shot him in a drive-by. The victim then ran into a nearby convenience store to get help. But police say someone inside might have mistaken him for a robber and shot him again. He's in surgery tonight at the hospital. Police are looking for the drive-by shooter and the shooter who is inside the store who ran away. Right now.
Did y'all hear that? The person inside the store could have possibly mistook him for a robber. How you mistake somebody for a robber coming in your store saying, "Help, I've been shot," and then shoot the man again?
Wait, can you
How
repeat
that
that one
happen?
more time?
Play it again, you say?
Yeah, just one more time.
Uh, oh fuck, my bad.
Man is in critical condition after police say he was shot twice. The first time when he was riding his scooter along Drew Street and someone shot him in a drive-by. The victim then ran into a nearby convenience store to get help. But police say someone inside might have mistaken him for a robber and shot him again. He's in surgery tonight at the hospital. Police are looking for the drive-by shooter and the shooter who is inside the store who ran away. Right now.
Nah, the person in the store ran away. You know the store got cameras. If anything, they definitely had cameras around that register. And that's the first place somebody begging for help go is to the counter. I need help. Somebody just shot me. Robber! Wow! Shoot the man again. Now, I want to know how many times he got hit because he was in critical condition. And, well, no, you could get hit once and be in critical condition. But damn, for you to be that unlucky to get shot twice? Fuck. What y'all think?
You go ahead, Chad.
You on mute if you talking, child.
Yeah, you
Cause
on mute, man.
I could barely. You was breaking up the whole time, so I ain't really. What the question was again?
How unlucky do you have to be to get shot twice?
It's not unlucky. What's unlucky about it? If you got shot twice, you
Nigga,
were supposed to get
they
shot.
shot, they shot, they shot him in a drive-by. He went in the store to ask for help, and they shot him again. This
Yeah,
time
it
it
was
wasn't the people who
two
shot him in
different
the
guns.
drive-by.
It
Oh
was
yeah,
two different
it was
guns.
get shot. That's all.
Two
Sometimes
different guns, and the person who was in the store that shot him, they looking for him too.
sometimes that happens. But
Nigga,
you got shot twice, you was
that's
supposed to get
crazy.
shot. But you shouldn't-
That nigga say he got shot. So he's supposed to get shot.
it's supposed
God
to get
damn,
shot
Jack.
like this.
Chop, you cold hearted, boy.
I mean, what the fuck?
I
If
mean,
he
that's
would
what it's
have hit
gonna
him
look
with a,
like, bro. If you
if
don't
a
put no
nigga
thought
would
in
have,
it, chap, you
if
gotta,
a nigga would have put
you
a
gotta.
bag of money in it, and he'd have got hit with the bag of money, he'd have walked away with that fucking money if it'd have been 2 bags of money. So
Oh man.
that man got shot twice. It's no other explanation for that shit. But he was supposed to get shot.
I'm gonna say this just to add on to what you said, chap. That for you to get shot twice like that from two different guns, nigga, you had to been into some shit with the neighborhood. Like you,
A very unsavory
they
neighborhood
know
at that.
they no. Your ass is unsavory. You the unsavory one because nigga saw you and they want to shoot you too.
Nah, I was in an
Oh, okay.
unsavory neighborhood.
P somebody shot your ass. And then wherever you go for sovereignty or for sanctuary, you get shot there too. Nah, it's your ass. You the unsavory character. You the nigga in all kind of shit wherever you're surrounding or wherever you surround, motherfuckers won't shoot you. Why
Hmm.
people won't shoot you so bad?
That's it.
It
And
was
you know
two.
what?
It's
I
two
thought
different.
about
It's two
that
different
shit. I thought
guns.
about that. I thought about that. I was like, maybe this
It's two
nigga was
different
into some
guns,
shit,
Pete.
and the
Chop,
nigga
it's two
said, "Ooh,
different
let us
guns.
just
I
go
won't
in there and
shoot you,
shoot him."
and my dog
Shoot
won't
him.
shoot you too. The nigga, the nigga who makes sandwiches in the back, he done pulled out this gun. He done popped you in your leg. Like what? What's up with you, bro? I
You
don't know.
did something, brother. Unless niggas just was
Yeah,
tripping. You caught the crazy nigga twice out of the in one day. Two
And
different
he had
crazy
two
niggas.
guns.
that's fucked up.
I'm
That's
telling you,
fucked up.
chop, that nigga there into some shit. He ain't got no fucking business, bro. And he probably playing with nigga money. He probably selling them bad bunk weed and all kind of shit, chop. Two niggas want to shoot him with two different guns. He got two different bullets in his ass. Hey, come on, man. Yeah, Peter, bro. That's just my theory, bro. I think.
Yeah, that,
Yeah,
bro.
it's just my
But
theory.
still,
Think
though,
that nigga.
could you imagine when the police got there? They'd be like, "Yo, what happened? We thought it was a robber, and they shot him. We didn't know he was shot already before he came in here." Oh shit!
Bow. And gave his ass
Oh,
another
I
one.
know what I had for y'all. But you know what? I might save that for in other news. I mean my segment. Cause it is
It's
a
all good.
woman
Chop,
doing
you
some
already know.
crazy shit. I ain't gonna lie. I want to ask y'all to do y'all listen to the Grit? I think it's Grits and Something podcast.
Grits
Something
and
in
something.
Grits. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it
Grits.
up so y'all can see. It's something like that. The dude be having
No, I
some
never
good
heard of
shit
it though.
on
I know I never heard of it.
the Rita Franklin FBI
Wait,
things. None of that either.
Wait, say that again now.
Now, I've been
I
doing
miss.
my little history on the Aretha Franklin. I know you was on that. There's some history behind the Aretha Franklin whole
Mm-hmm.
situation,
Yeah.
even with her daddy and all that, child. So yeah,
Facts. And she tried to
on my
get a
on my own time, yeah, I did do
yeah,
something on that.
yeah, I did something to
So I
her.
kind of know where you're going, but I don't know what you're gonna present. So, but I'm definitely hip to a little bit with the Aretha Franklin.
Okay.
Just a little though. Like I said, I don't know what you're gonna present, but yeah, I know a little something about that shit.
You got more in
You
that
know what that
in,
stem from?
in other
Nah, that
news?
was
That
it.
stem from the
Yeah, just
effect.
them two I
Oh
had.
yeah, I could go.
I had a lot more, but I didn't use
I ain't
that
gonna
for
be
this week. That's
long.
gonna be something
I
for next
still
week.
gotta go
Nah,
downstairs.
y'all good, man. Y'all good, man. Y'all do y'all thing, bro. Because
Yeah, I
like I
got
said,
some
once we get into these receipts,
yeah, I gotta come over there or send you that link so you could go get your your MM card.
Oh, okay. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, I
Yeah, I
remember you
just
telling me
came
about
out.
that.
I
You
went
were
caught.
telling me about that.
I called him before I left and got like some little shorties. It was $50 for 5 of them, but it's 29%. So
Let me tell you, I seen a big ass post coming from out of Chalmette. They had the billboard for
yeah,
the MM
Yeah,
yeah.
198 or OZ.
Oh
198. I
yeah,
said, oh, that's
that's regular
regular
price. That's regular price.
price.
Yeah, but it's
I said,
not. It's
okay.
not. It's not what you think.
No, now I'm not trying to think, child.
Yeah,
So
don't think.
don't even put me in that category.
Yeah, don't think. It ain't.
I'm just
it
telling
ain't
you
that
what I saw,
Franklin,
dog.
huh?
That's
Give me that charger right there,
I'm doing
man.
it.
Yeah, don't think.
Trust
I'm
me,
telling
bro.
you, that shit is not.
Nah, I definitely want to get that situated for sure.
But I did want. I
And
did check it out. It's straight. It's alright. It ain't nothing. It ain't beating nothing off the street though. It ain't fucking with that K-Pack. You heard? It ain't fucking with that.
God damn.
Yeah, it ain't fucking with that K-Pack
Amen.
at all. I got fucking Keisha whole fucking truck smelling like flowers. And fucking go spray that motherfucker
It's
down.
springtime though, it's springtime. It's
Yeah,
springtime.
sir.
You know. I wouldn't I wouldn't expect it to smell like
Smell
nothing.
like anything else. I already know. What's up?
It would be uncivilized, as they say. Shout out to the people of the building,
Okay.
man. Shout out to y'all who gonna be listening to this on the replay. We just
I'm
getting
about
into
to
this
switch
other
what you
news.
call it, y'all.
Man. You see, we the tank top boys tonight. You know what I'm saying? We doing it big, you know what I'm saying? We ain't got together and say, hey fellas, we gonna wear tank tops, yeah? We just chilling, y'all.
Yeah, I had to
we
switch.
just we just chilling. We in all the vibe, we in all the bowl, so y'all excuse us
I'm gonna
for the
start
night,
y'all
you know what I'm
off with
saying? But
something,
we
man.
naked chest, we'll never go naked chest though, y'all. If I would tell my brothers something if they go naked chest. Naked chest is disrespectful.
Man, we ain't gonna pull a nature boy on y'all.
Yeah, we ain't gonna pull that niggas. We ain't doing no Lil Wayne, nothing. We ain't going naked chest for
Oh
people.
shit, caught a 6 on the 6.
That damn, I thought that boy was in. I thought that boy was on number 8 or something. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right
caught
though,
a
Chuck.
6
Yeah.
on the June
Yeah.
6th, 6/6.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me pull one of these things up.
Shout out to Weezy.
Oh, this is all right now. This is I don't know how popular this is to everybody, but I remember Silent saying the Tupac thing and how Tupac tried to switch the narrative on Thug or whatever. So basically, the dude is, I think this the right one. Yeah, he talking about the YN shit or whatever. But I just never heard it explained like this. Y'all listen to the dude, see what he talking
Okay.
about right quick.
All right.
Hold on, let me put it up. I hate that. I'm gonna go all the way back.
Don't say that shit around me. Take it out of your vocabulary. Because just like woke and DEI, it's another way to call you a nigga. You can be 17 years old, valedictorian, with all the ropes, all the decorations. It's valedictorian of the school. Oh, the YN's in education now. That's how you sound. Like, that's what y'all would say. And you allow these people trick you and to make fun of you, and then you adopt it and try to hee and ha ha. Everything ain't goddamn funny. Everything ain't funny, nigga. I don't find that shit funny. As soon as you see a black man and he young, you can tell he a young teenager or young 20s, you want to call him a YN. Stop that shit, man. Stop that shit. Don't let them trick you into villainizing yourself. Because what do you think they hear YN?
I'm trying to do that shit right now.
In their mind, they got a villainous teenager out of Chicago or Philadelphia with a ski mask on, ready to kill each other. That's what they think when they hear YN. Stop saying that shit. You can say nigga. Them, like everybody else, always trying to find a loophole into our fucking community, into our culture. They got all this shit to say about niggas, but always trying to find a backdoor into our culture. It's always our culture up for the taking. It's never a conversation about like niggas ain't out here wearing kilts and then they're trying to cosplay our community.
But they do though.
You don't hear Scottish people talking about black people trying to be in there or appropriate their culture. You don't never hear about black people trying to appropriate nobody else's fucking culture. The culture we haven't appropriated is violence, backdooring, two-facedness, jealousy, envy.
Pussy.
That's the only thing we're appropriating.
Throwing it.
Let go of that shit, man.
Look here.
I'll play it one more time because I know my mic was
yes,
fucked
sir.
up.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
I don't want to hear YN. Don't say that shit around me.
That right there was enough for me. That's what made me, because I didn't even hear the rest of it. But the beginning part was enough for me to be like, yeah, I think niggas need to hear this because, bruh.
What's the YN thing that bothers you then? Since you didn't,
I don't like putting
why
it.
You
I don't like
right there, and what's the purpose?
Everything he said, but like I said, I didn't know he was saying all that. The beginning of it is
before that. That's what I'm saying, chap. Don't even give me what he's
like.
Why
in the
you thought that? Yeah,
because
just give me
I
that.
feel like you live in them, like he said, you live in them as a certain thing. So you thinking, oh, these niggas is either is bad or they trying to. It's not for nothing good. It's not for nothing good at all. We're not calling them YNs for nothing. Like he said, nigga gonna say.
Yeah, we're not calling them YNs because they invent new refrigerators. We calling them YNs.
And like you said, even if they do, it's gonna be like, oh, we got the YNs out here in education. Like you said, that's crazy for you to still call them
what
YNs.
YN stand for?
Young niggas.
Right. Let's get to that. All right. So why is nigga still being accepted as just nigga, but when you put young nigga in front of it, it represents this moniker of young niggas doing or niggas in doing bad shit. Like
it target a certain demographic. They're not just saying niggas bad. It's just saying all the young niggas is bad. See what I'm saying? Like if you hear YN, it's gonna be
it's niggas. It's niggas. It's niggas. Period. But it's like think about it. Like they're using niggas to attach it to the younger children.
Right.
If that makes sense.
They
using nigger and shit for. Oh, Grace, yeah, you gotta catch up, Grace. Grace, you. Mega churches are about glorifying their pastor, not Jesus. That's a fact, Grace. That is a fact. When Chop probably don't know what she talking about. That's what I was talking about with P Dot's first segment. P Dot was talking about the
lady that went to the
church and how the lady
went to the council or something about it, and she was saying it. Yeah, I seen it. It was one of my clips.
A young little black chick.
Yeah, it was one of my clips.
Okay, cool. So you know about it then. You wanna speak on anything Grace said, or you can keep going though, son.
I believe I definitely believe that if your church got white pictures of Jesus up, if they still saying his name is Jesus, if they still not using, it's just a lot. It's a lot tied to
Let's
that
talk about
or
it.
whatever.
Let's talk about it. You said it.
If you
Let's talk
still
about
doing, if you
it.
still doing all that shit, son, like you just, if you got gay people in your church, if it's a lot, like it's a lot if we go down that road, like you know what I'm saying, like even with the gay people, like uh how could you even use God and say that he wanted that and he destroyed a whole fucking city of them motherfuckers? Like, you know what I'm
Two
saying?
of them,
Like,
Sodom and Gomorrah.
so it's
My
like
bad, y'all. Go ahead.
I don't get that. The choirs and stuff, they do I think they make a lot of money. It's easy to make that money for in the church for musicians, I would say. I didn't know that until like probably last year.
Ooh,
So
multi-million,
they make
hundreds
they
of
make that
thousands.
money easily. It's not even hard. Like you don't even have to be
Every
a
Sunday they
whole.
get paid.
That's like us three, right? Say Peter, I play the drums, I play the guitar, Simon play the bass. I'm not calling nobody else if they say they need a bass player or if they say they need a piano player or something like that, and one of y'all know how to do it, I'm gonna call y'all. And as long as we doing good, they gonna keep paying us until somebody have an issue with something. But it's big checks, like it ain't no little chunk change or nothing like
Yep.
that.
Now, be honest too, Chuck. Did you get this gig because you and me was so good that they heard of us, or did we know somebody that knows somebody, or however we went
We
and
know
we
somebody
got the
that know
gig?
we good. We know somebody that know we good. So instead of picking other people, they picked us. That's how that normally works. That's how I
Right.
got caught of some things. You know what I'm saying? Like you. All right. Remember we was talking about uh niggas just not going the full way. Uh, for example, a nigga won't be a manager, but he don't want to go to school to get the class or the degree he need to be the manager. He know the job, but he know the job better than the nigga with the degree.
Availability.
You see
He's
what I'm saying? Like
available,
he know
and
how
he
to do
know how
the
to do the
job
same
better than
shit
the,
you
I'm
know
talking
how to
about
do.
way better and all that shit. You hear me? They not giving you that job. They gonna bring somebody in to do the
But
job
look though,
that
Chop,
you
look.
know you know
But
how to
look, think
do.
about it like this. Look, a nigga could be half as cold as you though, Chop, but your ass not available. But he is. People also get it in that way too.
Right.
Availability. You're not even available, right? You got
So
the
they gotta
connections
try
too,
you.
but he got connections with Lil Round that been doing the little shit too. So people get the opportunities from that type of situation too, but they also are going along with the fuck shit. So a lot of times people don't understand that these people have shit already up and running before you could actually think that you could do something about it. Put it like that. And they think that they got that shit on lock. But I think if a lot of people come out and speak more on that situation,
I know for
it
me,
would change, child. But it's so easy, like you said, to make that money. My bad.
it
Go ahead.
is, it is, but like I said, that's like for me. I know I've been in predicaments where I've been the best person for the job, but don't have the credentials. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't been in situations where niggas didn't had to train the next supervisor to supervise me. Like
Right.
that's just, but that's all
Part of the game.
because
It's part of the
it is
game.
all part of the
Hmm.
game too. But I know too they wouldn't have been able to do me that if I had my credentials. Like I at
Yeah,
least would
you
have
don't
been
have
able
it yet.
to,
But
you
so they
know,
gonna put somebody right. But that's basically my point too. Like we kind of saying the same thing. It's like we just speaking from two different points of views, from the person who's trying to strive from it versus the person who actually got
credential.
the means to say, or the person to know that gonna give me the position.
Right.
You know, we talk about nepo babies a lot too, huh, Chap? Like these
Yeah.
people just be awarded positions just because they daddy in them is that shit. So
Mm-hmm.
bad, you know, that is a factor. That's all.
But guess what? They one thing they daddy know, they gonna talk about you if you ain't got that motherfucking paperwork. So at least he gonna have the
Oh yeah,
paperwork and he ain't gonna be shit. He ain't gonna be shit. But he gonna have that
and,
fucking
and a lot
paperwork.
of times you see why these and I thank you. I'm glad you said that because a lot of times you see how these companies go to shit
Yeah.
because
I
of
could
nepo
definitely
babies.
agree.
So there is a you know, there
Because they
is a
don't know, they
both
try to
sides
befriend
to
the
that shit.
co-workers, the dudes that they know
Skill.
the shit so they can get the shit from them. Like, nah, nigga, you supposed to know this already.
Now let's
So
go back
just
to the YN shit though, Chop. Just to
oh, all
just
right.
to bring it, just to reel it back in because the nigga shit is the problem with me, and you know why? Because you use that even for white boys and shit. Like white boys want
Right.
to be YNs, Chop. Think
YNs and
about what I'm
shit.
saying.
Like, yeah, you're right. You're
Ooh
right. You're right.
shit.
He
So
got a lot of
it's a
points.
moniker. It's a
My
moniker,
cousin,
right? It's a moniker. It's a thing to say to represent a certain motherfucker. You hear me, Chop?
yeah.
It's not just young little so-called black boys or young little niggas. It's a moniker now. It then became a symbol of fucking pride. You hear me though? A lot of these young motherfuckers want to be considered YNs and shit. It's the cool thing to say. It's how to talk and all this shit here. So all this shit goes into when these dudes get the bad rep for it, Chop, because guess what? They embrace the good rep of it. This is
Mm-hmm.
what the young niggas gotta stop doing, Chop, just to let them take their own fucking rep, though. They hold responsibility as well. You can't praise being a young nigga when it's some shit you know, that's getting you to where you want to be, even if you're not shooting niggas and all that shit, you're still holding a moniker of young nigga. You go by that, or you don't mind people calling you that and all that shit. It's the same thing that happened when we decided to call ourselves any other thing, Chop. If you think
Mm-hmm.
about it like that, it's just the newer
The
generation
new,
of
that's why I brought up the thug thing with
yeah,
Tupac.
facts.
Before him, it
Go ahead, my
was
nigga.
some other shit. You know what I'm saying? It's always something except for what
We
it
gotta
actually
be changing.
is.
Why nobody else ain't changing, Chop? That's my
Shit.
thing. I was about to go to that was my whole little drop. You see what I'm saying? Why we the only one changing? Why we changing? Fuck all
4
that,
for
man.
15. This man terrible. But yeah, man, it rubbed me the wrong way because I
It
got
was
a young
supposed to,
son.
sir.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they gonna see him and they gonna say, "Oh, look at the YNs on the horns."
And even if you thank you, that's look. He's
Like,
doing.
what is
Thank
we
you, Chop.
talking
He's
about?
doing something positive. He's
Can we
not a
just
young
call him
nigga
his
compared to the
name or
moniker.
man? We
Thank
can't
you.
do
You're
that.
gonna call
We
him
can't
that
do
because
that.
he's a young black boy, and young black boys should not be in the same moniker as YNs. It's fucked up, sir. And I'm
Or
glad you
I
see
seen,
that
and what else I
separation, sir.
seen? I seen
That
them
gray
start
line
calling
bullshit is killing us.
the women YBs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they
Fuck
next.
me
Young
up.
bitches.
I said, man, is you serious?
See, P, that? See, you ain't that far stretch, huh, P? You caught that quick,
I
huh?
said, oh no.
Huh, P? It was
Say we
just too
lost.
easy, huh, P?
That was
Young
Too
bitches.
easy.
that was too
But
quick.
look,
That was
It's
too
too
quick.
now here's
easy.
the thing. Now look, here's the thing though.
It's too easy, chap. That's what I'm
Are we
saying. They think they
making it
doing something new.
now? No,
It's
look,
too
look, look. Check
easy.
this
No.
out.
At
Now
least we was trying to
if
make a
this don't put
moniker
it
out of
on
shit.
nobody
Hot
else,
boys and hot girls.
they make
Fuck.
it easy for you to be
Nigga just saying
called
it
that,
straight up.
right?
Young niggas and young
Right?
bitches.
You're making it
Damn,
easy
okay.
for them to call you that. Man, don't call me no young nigga.
And making it easy
You
for
know what
them
I'm
to
saying?
accept that. Look, bruh, remember, people that never want to be called out their name at one time. A man or a woman, bruh. So think about what I'm saying, Pete. They're making it easier for them to accept it. They're look, it's if the music and them telling them this and this is telling them this look, this is the new shit.
Just the new
Them
shit,
children
man.
don't know. Listen to me. Children don't know. Their mind is
And
blank,
guess what?
bro.
And the
That's what
older
people don't
people,
understand. They
the older
mind
people
blank.
makes it
And
worse
them people
because
spit that.
they
Boys,
adapted.
thank you, Chop.
They adapted.
Thank you,
They
Chop.
the ones that adapted. They be fucking me up. These little young niggas
Thank
be
you, Chop.
saying,
They don't want to hold their fucking feet to the fire, Chop. I'm
they be
telling you.
saying,
We all have
not.
responsibilities in this
I
dumb
be
shit.
looking at these dudes. Now they might be 32, 34, but they look way older than me. Like I don't know. They must have put lotion on their face or something. I don't know. But anyway,
Exact Vaseline or something. The
something
fuck?
like these younger
The
people,
fuck?
they look older than the older people I know. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's
They just putting their
crazy
body through more unnecessary stress.
when you go
They
in
stress
these
out.
places and you see
Say it
them.
again, Peter. Peter, what you
Like, in the
say?
band
They do
world,
what?
in the band
They
world, son,
stress
I did
out.
not know
Unnecessary
that a
stress.
lot of them dudes was way younger than me. I did not know that.
Oh, Lord.
I did not know
But
they was
think
a
Allah.
few
about
years
think
younger than
about
me. The
how
way they
all
just
right.
carry
Chop.
So
Peter
themselves.
I just had a good point. He did. He said it
so
motherfuckers
Chop,
put
check
their
this
body
out.
through some.
Think about what it was when we was in our younger years
And
and we
they ain't
used
even
to
working
get
out like we used to.
flight,
Chop, think about it.
right?
I think I used to
You
climb
remember what
trees and
that
shit,
term
nigga.
flight means?
Nigga,
Hey,
I
bro,
was a
we going on an
monkey,
all night
nigga.
flight.
No
A
pun
weight
intended,
that's
you white
a
racist
weight that
bastard.
But
wait,
these
I
are
can hear
dudes
you.
that's doing it constantly, like every day, all night flight. They're not giving themselves a chance to rest. Then what they using to help keep that type of momentum going? They drugging, they drinking, right?
Ooh.
So when you
That's a
look at
good
what they
point.
put in their
The
body,
body is already in a stress state and you're taking I'm with you, Pete. Go ahead. My bad, bro. I'm
you,
just
you,
trying to put
you,
it together for
you
myself.
see what I'm saying?
No,
So
go ahead. No,
when
go
you
ahead.
look at how they look, all right. So
That's a
take
good
take
fucking
your age.
point, my
Look,
nigga.
stop. Take your age
Jesus Christ.
and the age you
Holy
are
God from
now. Like
Zion.
I said, they might not be taking care of their body, putting lotion on their face. No, their
Oh,
body
they
toe
definitely
up.
not. They
Their
don't like
body
taking
just toe
baths no
up.
more, chop, because them people told them they ain't supposed to use walk. Man, they be listening to these people. Yeah, chop. I'm sorry,
You
Pete.
know
Go
what
ahead,
I'm
my
saying? They tearing themselves up, and the first thing they want
I
to say, "Oh
apologize,
man,
brother.
I don't know what's going on, bruh." How long? When the last
You
time you
musty.
actually
That's what's
sat
going
down and
on. You
gave yourself
musty
some
as
rest,
fuck. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
right?
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I saw something a while back that says if the body isn't given enough rest, right? If the
Mm,
brain isn't getting enough rest, it
let's talk
will
about that.
start
Let's talk about
consuming
that.
itself.
Ooh, hallucinating
The
and every fucking
brain
thing.
will
You start having
consume itself.
lucid
It will
dreams.
start deteriorating because it's not getting enough rest. So when you had these little dudes that's out here with this crash out bullshit, they ain't crashing out
That's what
because
that
they
is.
can't handle the situation, right? They're not crashing out because they can't handle the situation or don't have the ability to walk away. Their brain ain't
They don't know
functioning
how.
right to tell them, let
Their
me get
brain
out of
ain't
this
functioning to
situation
get it.
before I get myself in trouble.
Hmm.
You
This
know
is
what
what I'm
I'm saying?
supposed to do.
Think about
I watch suicide rate
all
up,
of the
fellas.
decisions a person could make when you not resting, right? Oh, what that is?
Suicide in the community is
Suicide.
up.
Oh, that's
Grace,
another one. That's another
suicide
one.
is been in your
You
community,
you
Grace.
start becoming
You know,
homicidal,
y'all's been seen it
right?
coming. Why didn't y'all warn us, Grace? Grace, why didn't y'all warn us and tell us that this shit was coming our way? Grace, you gotta
Now
talk to
check
me,
this
Grace. Come
out.
on, Grace. You gotta let me know what's
They
going
got
on now. Cause what is the feeling of that? Did you have any friends or anything that was involved with that? Please let us know, Grace. I just want to know. Go ahead, Pete. I was just speaking to the public.
what's something else? Oh, have anybody? All right. So look, I got a question. Have you ever heard of sleep drunkenness?
So Chop got some more now. You got a question?
No.
Can you go on Google right quick and type up the term sleep drunkenness and put it up on the screen?
Did we talk about this
Sleep,
already?
I
sleep
don't know. I don't
drunkenness.
remember.
I think we
Sleep
did.
drunkenness.
Because you was like, yeah, you'll be so
Elaborate on it, P. Just elaborate on it with us.
It's what happens when your body doesn't get it, when your brain and your
yeah.
body doesn't get enough
Kind of
rest,
like that.
right? You develop a
Hmm.
state of drunkenness, like fall down, delirious, belligerent, can't
Right.
function, drunk, and that's a
It's hot.
is a very uh real thing. Like I thought I had just made some shit up. Like yeah, I was sleep drunk. No, that's a real fucking thing. I did not know that, and I experienced that shit, and it was because my brain wasn't resting. I wasn't getting like on an average 24-hour day, bro. I was probably getting like maybe 2 hours worth of sleep and then staying up all night, being all the next day. Then sleep a
Sleep
couple hours and get up.
deprivation.
Sleep
Yeah,
deprivation.
very severe sleep deprivation. But the
Hmm.
result of that is called sleep drunkenness, where your body tricks itself into believing that it's drunk.
Yeah, it's a state. Yeah, no, it's a state of sleep deprivation. That's the whole
Yes.
concept of sleep deprivation. Yeah, of being in a state of drunkenness. No, I'm with you, P. I'm just, just putting it for out there for
So
the audience.
just imagine that that's one of the stages that them little dudes be out here going through. You know what I'm saying? And you're right,
That's
Doc.
true too because they
When
take
you
them
when you
pills and
hear
shit. Take a bunch of downers, then try to take uppers. That's how I know they're not killing people on pills and weed. That's just you gonna be sleep. You ain't gonna have enough time to kill nobody.
you ain't gonna have the
You gonna have
ability
the
to
energy,
kill
yeah.
nobody.
You gonna get killed.
You see what I'm saying? It's got you moving too slow to do so. Nigga, see you pulling the gun before you get the gun out your pants. You see what I'm saying? And I'm glad you mentioned the thing about old people, bro. The older generations not wanting to hold their foot to the fire because what they say is these little young niggas out here don't understand and this and that. Well,
You're
you ain't
scared of
helping
them
them
little boys.
understand, right? You're
You're
not helping
scared of
them
them little
understand.
boys.
Say that one more
You're
time,
not
P.
pulling
What you
them.
said? Them young niggas, you saying all this
You're
shit. Them
not
young niggas
helping
don't
them.
understand.
Yeah, they're
You're
not
not
helping
helping.
them
Okay,
understand.
that's what you say. You're not helping them understand.
Yeah, you're
All right,
not helping. You're not
I
pulling them
agree.
to the side and saying, "Hey,
Yeah,
bro,
them
listen,
niggas be
I
scared of
heard
them
what
little
you were
boys.
saying, this, that, and the other."
If
But
you ain't
from
on
my
shit
view,
neither,
as
nigga, you don't need to be teaching nobody nothing. You old ass goof ass nigga. You don't need to be teaching nobody nothing. Two, y'all stop teaching these young kids this false ass information too. Let's talk about that. You young,
I'm glad
old,
you said that.
raggedy motherfuckers teaching these
If
kids
they
that
do,
they supposed to
right?
be doing shit a certain way when excuse my language, I say kid. The teaching these churn that they supposed to be doing shit another fucking way
Well,
is
you know what?
blasphemy.
I'm glad you
These
said that
people
because
need
I
a
got a rebuttal.
these churn need an example. Chop, they need an example, huh, Chop? They need a
I
fucking
got a
example,
rebuttal.
bruh.
Because he's
Rather that's
this old,
financially, rather
but
that's
he
mentally, or
explained
rather
this
that's
shit so
spiritually.
good.
And you don't have to have all three of them, nigga, with your goof ass. But if you want to present one as the other, then you done fucked up. Don't try to show me your money to speak to me spiritually. And them churn be on that type of shit now. The internet is a motherfucker. So they can find your bitch ass out at any given time whenever they ready to jump out of the shit.
The other thing is this too. If you are going to try to educate as an elder, don't be going at it as though all the shit you be saying is right, right? You can also say, hey, learn from my mistake. I made that mistake. I made this mistake. Because sometimes that's really what they need to hear. They don't want to hear about what you did right. What did you do wrong so I can know not to do that? You see what I'm saying? Oh, bro, I heard what you was saying, bro. Yeah. Okay, yeah, what? You see what I'm saying? Yeah, to the idea that I just threw up in the air that sound good, or yeah, that sound like a good idea, but it might be a mistake because that's something that you did. You see what I'm saying? Like, hey, bro, I heard what you said, bro. I made that same mistake. Don't do it. You see what I'm saying? Like, it might not be the same as it is, in my time as it is right now for you. But I'm telling you that I made that mistake before thinking like that. You see what I'm saying? Give them something to consider. Don't just let them go out there and do it. That's my whole thing.
Take
I
it out your
work with brothers
vocabulary.
that's younger than me.
Because just like woke and DEI, it's another way to call you a nigga. You can be 17 years old, valedictorian, with all the ropes, all the decorations. It's valedictorian of the school. Oh, the YN's in education now. That's how you sound. Like, that's what y'all would say. And you allow these people trick you and make fun of you, and then you adopt it and try to hee and ha ha. Everything ain't goddamn funny. Everything ain't funny, nigga. I don't find that shit funny.
But he's still
As soon as you
using
see a
the
black
term.
man and he young, you can tell he a young teenager or young 20s. You want to call him a YN. Stop that shit, man. Stop that shit. Don't let them trick you into villainizing yourself. Because what do you think they think when they hear YN? In their mind, they got a villainous teenager out of Chicago or Philadelphia with a ski mask on, ready to kill each other. That's what they think when they hear YN. Stop saying that shit. You can say nigga. Them, like everybody else, always trying to find a loophole into our fucking community, into our culture. They got all this shit to say about niggas, but always trying to find a backdoor into our culture. It's always our culture up for the taking. It's never a conversation about, like, niggas ain't out here wearing kilts and then they're trying to cosplay our community. You don't hear Scottish people talking about black people trying to be in there or appropriate their culture. You don't never hear about black people trying to appropriate nobody else's fucking culture. The culture we haven't appropriated, it's violence, backdooring, two-facedness, jealousy, envy. That's the only thing we're appropriating. Let go of that shit, man. I don't want to hear YN.
Yeah.
Don't say that shit around me. Take it out of your
Yeah, shout
vocabulary.
around.
Because just like woke and DEI, it's another way to call you a nigga.
That's your boy. I think it's Grits and Eggs podcast. He be on some
It's
shit.
Grits and Eggs, because you told me the beginning. Man, shout out to them though. Shout out to you say Grits and Eggs? Shout out to
Yeah.
Grits and Eggs, man. That's a definitely topic that we should definitely embrace as black men, to be honest with you, chap. I mean,
Now I'm about to show you why that doesn't happen, because of the older generation. Show you what they do that make them look stupid. That's what they do.
Thing when you're dealing with older people, they're the last to know that things have changed. We not your little niggas. Like, the way you talking, I don't get what you mean. We're not your little niggas. Like, for real, all that big homie stuff, that's for little niggas. Little niggas have big homies. We're not little niggas, so we don't even respect big homies. I know Killer doesn't, and for me, I never respected niggas in the streets. That's why I always got the problems I got. Niggas would tell me, "Man, chill." No, chill for what? Who is this nigga? That's how I feel listening to this.
hey, and what? Hey, bruh.
But I can't, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because if I got a little, like the dudes that raised me, if I was out of pocket, they would tell me I'm out of pocket. They wouldn't let me put them on a crash out mission. They would say, "Yo, Mace, listen. Mm-hmm. Around here, we don't send niggas to do nothing for us. We don't pay niggas to handle our problems. Mm-hmm. You got to put in your own work around here, Lord, man. That's what you were supposed to tell him. You can't go out here and talk crazy and then send me on a mission.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, this is where the game got messed up when young niggas started sending old niggas out. And just because this little ignorant nigga got a few dollars, he make all of you that's supposed to be real run after his mission.
Mm.
This is a problem, Jay Prince. And I'm going to tell you like this. If you're 60 years old and you trying to be a street nigga, you failed. You failed. You failed. You failed. I'm telling you this. And I stand, my name is Mace. I stand by this message.
That man's
Let
stupid,
P
dog.
Dot go first on that one because
You gotta respect what he said. At some point in your life,
I don't want to hear you respect what he said. How you feel about that, and how you rock with what the fuck that man just said. We all men up here now. That man gave his statement. How you feel about that?
like I said before, ain't no way I'ma sit here and watch you. Right? Cause think about it. You got people who sit on the set, and at some point you gotta kind of take into consideration. I'm too old to be out here in these streets. I can't run that fast. Fuck, ain't no way you don't know who I am.
Mute your
I've
mic,
been living
chap.
in the same area. I've been living in the same area all these fucking years. So ain't no way I, as a 40 some odd year old man, about to be out here running around in the streets like that. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
That's
Shannon
out.
Sharp said he could do it. Shannon Sharp,
That's,
you would do.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Shannon Sharp. And what he caught up in right now.
But how you gonna tell your little niggas that you can't do what the old niggas do, but the little nigga ain't even learn what the old niggas did? Like Chop saying, it's like where's the communication if we actually trying to see how this shit really supposed to go? Am I supposed to believe in
That's the
you
thing.
because you this old regular ass nigga and you know, you just excuse me, and you just so happen to have money? It's like, where are we leading these young niggas if we gonna be calling them young niggas? That's Chop point. Like, you see what I'm saying, Pete? Like we gonna listen to you. I get what you saying, Pete. Like, these niggas ain't listening. But what are you saying though, Pete? You feel me? Like, what's your message? Like, what is it? Because a lot of these young old niggas is pedophiles. A lot of these old niggas is old dumb drunk niggas. A lot of these old niggas is used to be drug dealers, but can't get back on their lick. A lot of them is old pimps and shit, and can't get no more bitches. You see what I'm saying, Pete? Like, you, when you're coming from that perspective,
You're on mute,
how the
Chop.
fuck this shit
The
gonna
real
work, my
message
nigga?
is
Go
How
ahead,
you
Chop. If you was
taking
on mute, you
how
had
you
something to say.
taking
How the
money
fuck this
from
gonna
the
work, my
young
nigga? That
kids?
what Mace trying to tell you.
I
Don't
think the
talk to me
real
crazy
message
when
These
I'm the
beats.
nigga running shit.
we can't just let
The fuck wrong
the
with
little
you?
brother be out there blind in the street, even though they in the streets more than anybody and anything. I think the biggest message is just not let them continue to be ignorant in the street. You know what I'm saying? Stop accepting cultural labels being put on you. You know what I'm saying? That's the one thing. Stop accepting labels being put on you. You know you ain't no. If you don't want nobody calling you niggas, don't let nobody call you niggas. Right?
It's bigger than that, though, P, because you know people, you know that shit don't work right because you done seen white people who done went in the trenches with you that been raised by black people, dog. What you gonna tell that man? He not a nigga? That's all he know. I'm just giving
Well,
you
it
a
gotta start
perspective so you could.
It's gotta
That's
start
all, P. I'm
somewhere.
just
Though.
trying to give you
Right. And but it's like you say, it's bigger than that, but it's gotta start somewhere, bro. And we, in quiet as kept, they've been trying to get us to stop calling
If a
ourselves and each
white
other
boy been
niggas for
raised by a black
years.
family, you gon' kill the white boy because he been raised by a black
No, I'm not
what I'm
saying kill the white boy. I'm just saying, just
okay, so you saying they
find
gotta
a
start
better
somewhere.
term. Find a
Key, listen
better
to me. You
something.
say yes, all right. So a better something is starting where, Pete? That what we trying to figure out, right? Because we talking about the YNs, right? We're not really talking about just white versus black. You see what I'm saying, Pete? We
Right.
talking about YNs. Look, the man. Look, P. Listen, this could be black on black. This could be Arab on Arab. Huh, chop? This could be white on white. What we talking about? Huh, chop? This could be all that. We talking about young people versus older people, and how they represent what they supposed to be following. But the older folk are contradicting themselves on what is supposed to be followed. I think that's more the point. You see what I'm saying, Pete?
Mm-hmm. It's a difficult thing considering that the problem stems primarily from the older generation that was out there like that. You see what I'm saying?
And that was a part of your point. No, that was a part of your point. I'm not saying that
So
wasn't.
when
You see
you
what I'm
got
saying? I'm not saying that wasn't a part of your point, but
so that I think that's where it needs to
yeah.
go back to. It
But
needs to be
use
put
that.
back
That's
on
all.
their
That's why I
doorstep.
say but. I wouldn't use but if it wasn't. But use that a part of your
Yeah.
point is, you know what I'm saying, instead of
I
going
really
down
think
another road because it would, it would confuse a little bit. And what I was saying,
I think
just
it just really needs to go back.
yeah,
And like I say, from right now, like you say, it's gotta start somewhere, right? So I would be considered one of the older in the generation,
why
right?
we trying to use young niggas to get our bullshit done? Let me ask you that.
Because
Why we
it's easier
using?
to
Why
have
we
somebody.
using young? No. Why we using young niggas to get our shit done? Like, why we doing that? Like, what's up with that shit?
You talk about
To
we
make it
using
just
young
plain and
niggas to do
simple.
our dirty work.
Not even that. But you could add that to it. Let's go simpler, right? Why we using young niggas to keep our lives what you call that shit? I ain't gonna see acceptable.
Relevant.
Yeah. Why we using young niggas' energy to keep us irrelevant? Thank you.
Give them something to do.
That motherfucker, look. Chop, that motherfucker ain't gotta have no nothing. He ain't gotta be selling no dope. He ain't gotta have no big money. He ain't gotta do none of that shit. He just my son. Or my brother. Or my cousin. Or somebody that's younger than me. Why am I using their energy for my own shit? I think that's Chop's whole point when he's talking about this. It's not just, the status that we in. You see what I'm saying, Pete? It's the energy that we use from younger people while we're not holding ourselves accountable for doing that dumbass shit. If you doing it, right?
Right.
That's the question. And if you can't answer it and you don't, you know what I'm saying? It's not it's just why
really
you
think
feel
it's
like older people
along the
would
line.
use younger people to, it's, and I already know my answer. Trust me, I'm ready to answer me. You know me. I'm ready to answer this one. Good.
I have what I think is part of the answer to that. If they get caught, if I'm using the younger nigga to do my work, my business, right, and he get caught, I'm still free. He just gotta take the
Right.
ride right? He gonna
Right.
take that ride. Now, as long as he don't, if he get life, then he just get life. As long as he don't roll over on me, everything will be all
Where's the
right, right?
energy? Okay, so where's the energy? That's what okay, think about what you just said, P. So think about it on a spiritual level, right? Where has the energy then transpired at? From that man getting life for something that you know you should have did.
I think the energy got spent on convincing him that he could do this for me,
Yeah,
and I'm gonna be there
you,
to help him in the back. You see what I'm
you,
saying?
yeah, no, I mean,
You see what I'm saying?
nigga,
Because
you see
I
what
don't
I'm
have the
saying?
energy for it.
Your
You know
ass
what I'm
got
saying?
the
I
energy
don't have
from
the
it, and
life.
you act like you don't. P, come on, P. You see, that's you know that's what it go, P. You're not the snitch. You're not the one who told none of that shit. So that man ain't gonna tell on your ass. So he gets to take the charge for your ass, P. So you guarantee and granted the energy from him, though, in a spiritual level. You know that, P. P, you know this.
Mm-hmm.
You free and he not. This is what I'm talking about. These YNs don't give a fuck. They're considered to be YNs, and this was what Chop was talking about. When you put these motherfuckers in a situation where they're just uh disposable, Chop, right? You put them, you call them YN because this is damn near call them disposable. You have older niggas like you who think that this is the way to go instead of taking your charge. You see what I'm saying, Pete? You're not
Because they
upholding.
replace
You're
with me.
not upholding who you are as a elder or as a OG or nothing by taking your charge and letting this YN take your charge, knowing y'all both on the fucking streets. You see how the miscommunication go now, P? You see how it could all fall down and the nigga be on your ass when he get out in 5 years if he want to kill you? And I'm not saying you're doing any of this, P. I'm just basing it all off of a, you know, a fragmented situation.
Yeah.
All this is substantial. You see what I'm saying, Chop? All this shit is just, you know, just a figment of all our imagination. But what if it went like that, P. Dot?
That's a fucked up part of the imagination coming into realization.
No, it's not a part of fucking imagination. It's a part of what you would do in that situation and what you gonna stand by, dog. What you believe in. You gonna let your young nigga take charge? I mean, hey, bro. Like I said, bro, it's
I watched the
consequence on
shit.
both
I watched
ends.
this go that
And
way that
older nigga
bad.
gotta understand that shit too. Yeah,
I
Chop, my
watched the
bad,
shit
Chop.
go. You good? I watched the shit go that bad to where I watched the old nigga try to put
Old niggas don't want to take their charge, bro. That shit
a
be
coke
crazy to me,
charge
bro.
on a young
I
nigga.
ain't do
And
nothing. That nigga did on
the
his own.
judge,
Man,
that's
get your
crazy
goof
because
ass.
the judge threw the shit out anyway.
You trying to be smart with your old ass. Your old ass don't even know that's a part of that. You conspire, you conspiracy, and all that shit. They got Ricos and everything on y'all old ass. That's what you trying to tell you. You can't keep teaching these old ass niggas. You can't keep teaching these old ass niggas the same ass game, and then you let these young niggas Chop come in and learn the game better than them, and then they thinking they got some fucking authority over you.
No.
Chop, did you hear what I just said? Holy smokes! I'm gonna say it again, Chop. Or you caught that?
The first time I ever seen somebody
Damn
go
it.
to jail for drugs, a gun, all
You're
that.
non-consistent. You old ass nigga. You're non-consistent.
It
So
was
why
a
would I
young
listen to
dude.
you when
It was a young dude, but guess what? Dude wasn't in jail for 24 hours. That nigga P, he bind out and everything. Nigga, mom and everything knew what time of day it was. Dude came home. Every time an old nigga go to jail, he be in jail.
Yup. Cause he done blew all his money on cars, clothes, and hoes.
Or whatever he
I don't
do.
know what the fuck he blew his money on, but I know it wasn't being smart.
No.
I guarantee you that, chap.
I don't know what he did it on, P. Dot, but I know one thing. It wasn't
You
on
heard
a
me,
lawyer.
son? It wasn't getting out of that shit. And that's the point we trying to tell you, P. Dot. And you keep skipping over that. You keep skipping over the dumbness of old motherfuckers who around my age right now, who's trying to break the chain of that shit, huh, chap? I'm trying to break the chain, nigga. Of keep putting along this old ass rhetoric of the same ass shit, like we supposed to be going through the same ass shit together. No, we not. No, we not. P-Dot, no, we not. Child Tracks, no, we not.
To the best stop.
This shit should have been gone in the fucking 70s. You hear me, son?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give him 10 years. Chop, I'm gonna give him 10 years. You hear me, dog? I'm gonna give him 10 years. This shit was supposed to be over in the 70s. Niggas supposed to already know what the fuck their own shit was and all that shit by the 70s. Anything else is uncivilized. Like not wearing Old Spice. The fuck is
Everybody
wrong
wanted
with
to be included instead of just
daddy. Oh.
Everybody wanted to be included.
That's a fucking great point, son.
We had a lead.
That's a great point.
Everybody left that lead to go get the money in the NFL.
That's a fucking great point, son.
So now our league didn't depreciate. Now you getting fucked over in the NFL because you couldn't keep your own league open.
If there was a Negro league, Shador still would have went 17, because they would have had about 17 niggas.
First.
I'm just saying, son. Like they make it seem like it is, you know.
It's because we were the new other niggas that probably would have been better than them. That's it.
Yeah, bruh. No, know what? We as indigenous people to this land, though, chop. So we know how shit rock, right? If I need a quarterback, I need a quarterback. Right, chop? You know, if and bust about it, nigga. Mm-hmm. I got Ron and them from St. Louis and them, you know, ready to come battle us. Chop, we used to be on that type of shit. That's what I'm saying, son. Like they fucking up the draft, just wanting to run shit and just show that they got control of shit. We didn't give a fuck about that shit, P-Dot. P-Dot, it was just a game to us, nigga. If I could touch a nigga on a horse, you could say, you might well say I killed you. That's one man. You feel me? We've been playing Mario Brothers and shit. Oh, I be trying to tell niggas, man. All this shit was a game, Peter. You know who made it serious? Savages. Child Trace in the fucking building. Savages, nigga. People who didn't understand, Peter. You hear me? They thought it was really real. And they was really killing our people. All right? I'm going to leave it alone. I ain't going to go too far. I'm going to leave it alone.
That's all.
I'm going to go into my other news. Passing the torch. I'm about to go into my other news. Yes, sir. I'm going to give y'all an update. Y'all remember Kamari? Miss Lil Baby Kamari, daddy. They found out the daddy did some fuck shit to P-Dot. You could correct me if I'm wrong. Or you could give me an amen if you remember. He cut her hands off. He raped her and found her in a burning house. Yeah, bro. It's still holds something serious to me. I really want to uppercut a nigga every time I, revamp this story. Excuse me. But I got an update for y'all, Peter. I got an update, Peter.
Okay.
He's actually supposed to be getting a chair, brother.
Uh-huh.
Do y'all feel, since we know about P. torture chambers, do we feel like the chair is enough? I'm gonna ask P. first. Well, I'm gonna ask Chop first, and then P. you go, cause
You're not gonna have a whole mission. But yeah, I think that is good enough because it would be punishing him to the full extent of the government. So
he did lie about a lot of shit too, Chop. Remember, he said he didn't see his daughter. You remember, it is his daughter, right? So it is one of those cases where the father has killed his own child. So it's like, yeah. No, just throwing it in. I wasn't just sway what you were saying. It was just just to add on what's going on.
He's gonna die in a prison if he let him live there for the rest of his life. Somebody gonna kill him. So I guess they just trying to beat them to the punch.
I don't want him using my tax dollars neither, Chop. Just giving you my point of view before Chop. I say Chop. Before Peter talk.
Right.
I don't want him using my tax dollars neither, son. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think people get that, the death penalty shit confused, where debt row and all that. Like you holding them niggas, like your money paying for that shit, son. You know that, right?
Oh, I know. Remember we did the thing.
Hell yeah! All right, so I'm just checking. Peter, what you got for me, brother? Cause before I play it, I got an update for you, bro. For the Kamani thing, he chopped his daughter hands off. He raped her and left her in a burning house. Well, he didn't burn her in the house, but the house was, it was a burning. They found her in a burning, abandoned house. All fucked up and throat slashed too as well. He's going up for trial. They're trying to give him the death penalty. He might possibly get the death penalty.
Would I be wrong in saying that if I am going to punish you to the fullest extent of my ability as the officiating judge over your case?
Mute on background. Mute your background.
If I'm gonna punish you, right? And like you said, you don't want your tax dollars housing him, right? Right, Chop?
Probably
right,
don't.
You
don't.
want
I mean, that's
your
what the
tax dollars.
people was. Yeah, the people that's asking. I think there was like a overwhelming, what I'm saying, thing for the community to see. Just get rid of him. That would be, it would, erase tax dollars of paying for his stay in the jail. Because remember, we pay for everybody who in that motherfucker.
The food, the clothing, the water they drink, the water they use.
Everything, my nigga. Everything. So just looking at it like that, that's where I'm at with it. So what you taking from that?
I would do it immediately. If if the verdict was guilty and you're sentenced to death,
yes.
Why wait? Put a guillotine.
Should he get the death penalty? That's the question. Like, should he get the death penalty or?
Yeah, he should.
Because we about to get into it. That's why I was telling you. We about to get into it. But should he get it, or should he hold it out and let niggas beat him up every day? You know what I'm saying, Pete? Like, I don't know what people be thinking about, but I was just giving you different options. on this shit because remember, as taxpayers, we pay for them being in prison or in jail too. Not to steer you from nothing else, but just to give you the whole facts of the situation. And they're putting him on, death row for the situation. Because remember, he slashed her throat, he cut her hands off, and he also raped her. And that's what they got him on. This is the. I don't know if he did it, Pete. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't. You see what I'm saying? I just want your opinion on what the information that you know what I'm saying, that you got from the situation.
If I am the officiating judge, and this is the torture chamber judge now. It's not the regular judge. It's torture chamber judge. If you have, then
let's get it.
If all of the evidence definitely says that you were involved in the unaliving of this child with the graping and the cutting off of the hands,
cutting hands off. Yeah, B.
Slashing throat.
Yeah, bro.
It would be much more sufficient for me to take the Malcolm X approach. Let it be even, Steven, eye for an eye. You slash her throat, slash your throat. But I'm a slash it in such a way that you don't bleed to death. You just feel the pain from it. You cut her hand off, I'ma beat you on the area where you cut her hand at repeatedly. Right? So if you cut her hand off at the wrist, I'm gonna create a device that's gonna slap you on top of your wrist every hour on the hour. And it's hard, it's like some flexible rubber that won't break the skin or break the bone, but leave a very painful fucking mark and bruise every time you do it. Right?
Oh shit!
Then, while all that's happening, have them booty bandits that be out here graping men.
You gonna call
while all that's happening.
What is David? Rigid. You gonna call Rigid and tell him bring the booty goes through? I said.
Look, while
Rigid
all that's
and know the booty goes.
So look, soon as you get your throat slashed, the machine gonna go off, whap you across your hand, whatever hand you cut off. If you cut off both hands, you're gonna get it on both hands at the same time. And as soon as that happens, let a booty bandit get you while all that's happening at the same time. So you gonna feel the effects of everything you put that girl through all at one time. Until your until your date.
That is the P-Dot torture chambers, people. Welcome to the P-Dot torture chambers, people. God.
I'm sorry, but that's the type of punishment I wish judges would be able to hand out, especially if you are definitely guilty. I'm not saying alleged, right?
They no alleged, yeah. They got you, right? Bro. It's
If you red-handed, the evidence, everything points to you, and excuse me, y'all. If the evidence points to you, everything is on the up and up, meaning no rigging. What's the term they use when people be falsifying evidence or tampering with evidence? Tampered evidence.
Yeah,
none of that.
Yeah.
If everything is on the up and up, and you get caught, that's your punishment. There it is, right there, bam. You cut off both her hands. Oh, okay. I'm gonna put this. Okay, come on, get this apparatus together. Let's go. And I'm gonna slit your throat, but you're not gonna bleed to death, but you're gonna get your throat slit. I might use a dull blade, something that give you the feeling of getting your throat slit. It'll leave a bump. It'll hurt like hell. And slit your throat with some rubber bands, a big rubber eraser. You know how they used to take the eraser and rub your skin where you leave that mark?
I was thinking about the shit they make the little rubber ball, but just keep tying that shit around the nigga neck.
That's not a bad
Eventually, that
idea.
nigga head up.
That's not a
Hey,
bad
P,
idea.
let's get. I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna continue with
Ooh,
this shit.
rope burn.
Tracks. I wanna.
Look,
No. Let's see.
no, look. Use a rope.
Peter, I wanna
One
give
of
you
them.
2 minutes. Peter, I gotta move on. Peter, let me get through my situation, bro. Why you think about that, bro? Let me get through this, bro.
Rope
Because
burn.
Didn't respond or ignore.
Thanks for joining us tonight. We want to start off with the latest developments in the murder of 13-year-old Kimani Lateef.
Darnell Jones Ogletree, the man accused of killing her, has been indicted by a grand jury. We are also learning new information about the day that Kimani was reported missing, including conversations that police had with Jones.
We've got live team coverage tonight. Silver Barker has more on Jones's charges, and lead investigator Brian Duggar has more on the police report.
And we want to start with Silver. So how many charges is he facing in all?
Yeah, Jeff, first, this is now a capital murder case. Jones is facing a total of 15 charges, including aggravated murder for the death of 13-year-old Kimani Lateef. Now, he also faces charges with rape, kidnapping, and tampering with evidence. Toledo police said in a court document that Jones admitted to dragging Kimani Lateef involuntarily to an abandoned home and killing her. Lucas County prosecutor Julia Bates sent us a statement about the indictment. She says, quote, "This case involves one of the most heinous sets of facts I've seen in more than 40 years working in the Lucas County prosecutor's office." She also says, "We will try this case, not in the court of public opinion, but in a courtroom with a professional team defined by compassion, integrity, and commitment to the rule of law." Now, Jones is now eligible for the death penalty, as this is a capital crime. However, we did reach out to Bates regarding if she would seek the death penalty. However, we have not got that answered yet. We'll continue to keep you guys updated as we learn more. Reporting live in downtown Toledo, Silver Barker, WTOL 11.
So we now know that Kimani Lateef's father has been indicted in the rape and murder of the 13-year-old girl. But our 11 Investigates team is finding out even more information about the day that she disappeared. Lead investigator Brian Duggar joining us as our team coverage continues. Brian?
Yeah, we obtained a police report this morning that indicates Kimani's father, Darnell Jones, was at the house when police arrived to investigate her disappearance. And he told police Kimani called him and asked him to come over because people were trying to break into her Elm Street home. And Darnell told police he stayed with her until 12:30 in the morning and then he left. Now, Kimani's grandmother, Dorothy, arrived home at 9:30 in the morning. She told police she noticed several unusual things. The door was not locked. She found Kimani's glasses and house keys inside, and all 4 stovetop eyes and the oven were turned on. And also very concerning for Dorothy was the discovery of Kimani's underwear and pajama bottoms in the dining room. This was not a location where the girl would change, Dorothy told police. Now, we know from court documents that Jones told police he killed Kimani in the Miami Street home where her body was found, but we don't know where police believe she was sexually assaulted. Could that clothing be an indication it was done inside her home? It is one of several questions we still can't answer. Reporting in studio, this is Brian Duggar for 11 Investigates.
All right, fellas. So
they say
my question is, but look, my question is though, Peter. My question, it doesn't reside with the actual murder, right? Because we know about the murder, right?
Correct.
So the thing is, how did it actually happen? So this is the update that I want to bring to y'all because I know I showed y'all everything that had to do with this little young lady and the burning of the house, the grandma, and all that. I bought all this information already for y'all. So just
Right.
hearing what you're hearing now, what's y'all take on it, and I'm gonna keep it moving.
I still think that there's a lot of work to be done because it doesn't. It would be easy and convenient to blame the father, right? But I'm still leaning toward the fact that there's more that's been left out and not spoken on because of the way the families in the neighborhood was talking to the grandmother and about the stuff that the mama was saying. Like, it's too many inconsistencies to say he's the sole culprit. So if he is convicted, he does face the possibility of being uh eligible. Well, like you say, just with the charges, he's eligible for the death
Yeah,
penalty
death
or
row.
the
Yeah, his
capital
death
punishment.
row. They going for death row
Right,
for him, P.
right. So, um, at best, right now, is all allegory. However, if he is mad, you know what I'm saying, he about to pay one hell of a price, and the price would only be, hey, uh,
Mhm.
you you kill, well, you dismembered, slashed, and raped your own child. What was going on with that?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't even want to
physical
speculate on it,
evidence. Yeah,
right?
because
I don't
physical
even want to
evidence putting
speculate
him. Yeah, it's
at the
putting
house,
him at the scene of the crime. Yeah, that's all. I
but
don't
not
want you to,
not painting him
to
as the
just
actual culprit.
fly over that. Right? They're not just
Right,
picking him out, neither. Pete. Like his
right. They're not
evidence,
just
his
picking him out,
DNA is. Yeah, yeah,
but that's a lot of stuff, bro. And I only would be able to say I'm gonna leave it in the hands of the Most High at this point because that poor
yeah.
child did not
I
deserve
I
none of that.
respect that.
You know what I'm saying?
She
That poor
didn't.
child didn't deserve none of that. And if he did do it, then there's a special place where for him. If he didn't do it, there's gonna be a major
I mean, he
problem with
wanted the
that.
police to kill him when when they found him. He wanted the police to kill him, and
Right.
that was
That's
one of his
weird though.
gripes, Peter. Yeah, I don't know if you
That
remember
that's
the
one of the
piece I
crazy things
played
to me, man.
when they found him. He was like, if I don't know if you remember, but that was one of the things he said. Man, this shit, it's not
Mhm.
that bad, bro. But he was like, it is. You know,
Yeah.
so
hmm Yeah, that's hard, man. It's hard to
yeah,
try to.
great point on that. Chop Tracks, you want to say anything on that before I move
I
on?
feel like, first of all, it's not even enough
That's just an
daddy.
update. Yeah.
How y'all doing? Come on, Jimmy. It's not enough dads even being dads. If you got niggas out here doing shit like that, that's even worse. Niggas barely being dads. Out here killing their own daughters and shit like that. Shit's over the top for me. Like
Yes.
I wouldn't even be able to fathom the. I stop fucking with my children before I want to killing one.
I'm only kidding him, son. He raped her and cut her hands off, son.
Yeah, I can't even
And
think that
slit her
far
throat.
as a
I'm
parent.
trying to tell you.
You know,
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you,
but
son.
you
And,
know,
like,
that's
I
just
was telling
crazy,
Jarrell
dog.
too. Me and my girl had a conversation about that earlier too, and I want you to regulate on this too. If you just listen to me right quick. everybody don't think like real sound regular people be thinking, chap. You hear me, son? So when we talk about these type of topics, you gotta take yourself out of who you actually is as a person. You hear me, though?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta start learning how to take yourself out of who you is as a person. Because you know why? Because people don't have the same heart and the same compassion as you do for your children or for any other child, though. Some people look at these kids as commodities, right? They're just another soup can on the fucking aisle in a supermarket, my nigga. You hear me, though? Listen to what I'm telling you. You feel what I'm saying, child?
Yeah.
Hello? They don't, Chop, they don't care, son. You hear me? They don't understand what you even talking, what you even fathom as a father, dog. They don't understand that. Even with them being fathers, dog. Some people just live for themselves. That's it, and that's all.
Just up there.
Now where is you when I was come here right now?
That's the
I'm going
most
to this
selfish
next
thing.
one, though. I'm telling you, and you can see it in these situations. So, you know, that's why I say I'm gonna go to the next one.
Tonight with a crime that left neighbors stunned. Investigators say a man from Fort Worth murdered his own mother while performing what he called an exorcism.
New court documents reveal what happened and what he did next. But we should warn you, the details are difficult to hear. It happened last week at a home on Farmers Branch Street, just west of Loop 820.
Matt Howerton just spoke with neighbors who cannot believe it happened so close to home.
Even though it was a horrific thing, I think God has still got us covered and protects each and every one of us.
Russell Ray holding on to his faith tightly.
The Med Star pulled up there.
After learning
What
why
happened,
so
Russell
many police
Ray?
officers
Y'all
were at
didn't
the
tell
house
us.
across the street from his early Friday morning.
What happened last week was, I never thought I would live this close to something like that happened.
An anonymous 911 call starting it all, a photo sent by 23-year-old Alexander Valdez to a group of friends showing a woman covered in blood. That's according to Valdez's arrest paperwork. When officers knocked on his door, they wrote that Valdez answered with blood on his face, neck, chest, torso, hands, and feet, and a Bible in his hand. Valdez said it was an exorcism, adding, "I was doing witchcraft to kill my mom." 58-year-old Teresita Sason was in the master bedroom dead, a dog nearby dead. Officers observing blood on the wall and Sason with trauma to the face and upper body. Valdez charged with murder.
When I looked out on the cameras and I saw the cop cars, I just thought, oh my gosh, something bad has happened.
But Dana Adderley didn't know how bad until Tuesday when these disturbing allegations on her street came to light.
I just think it's pretty sad that this mother was killed for no reason on our block, in our neighborhood.
I briefly spoke with Sason's family. They are understandably shook up by all of this and didn't want to discuss anything on camera. As for Valdez, neighbors say he kept to himself. Police say he refused to answer any questions and simply asked for an attorney when taken in. In Tarrant County, I'm Matt Howerton.
Didn't I just show y'all the white bitches last week? Them hoes are selling bones. And she gonna act like she ain't know what it is. This man that killed this fucking mama, yo. In the guise of what? See? P, in the guise of what, P? What he was watching and what he was into, right? The way he felt like his mama, listen, his mama was a sacrifice, P. See, you be thinking I be bullshit, and I be trying to tell your ass, your ass be thinking I be playing, and I be trying to tell you, bro, all the shit that we was into, Yu-Gi-Oh cards and all that shit. These niggas is out here killing their people, bruh. Believing in these worlds, Peter. Listen to me. They think that shit is really real, chap. They think it's real. All that anime shit they is watching and all that shit. They think they could really do that, y'all. All these YNs. And they will put your ass on the chopping block if shit ain't going their way. Do y'all get what I'm saying? Just give me a holler. I'm gonna shut up. Y'all get what I'm saying with this shit? Y'all see where I'm going with this shit?
Mm-hmm. He was exercising or performing an exorcism.
Mm-hmm. Using witchcraft.
Using witchcraft.
Don't
to
forget.
Kill his mother. That's a contradiction. You use exorcism to get rid of a demon, right?
See?
Not her.
I'm trying to tell you.
Inviting her
That's why I
in.
said that's what I
Because
said.
that's
That's why I
essentially
said
what
what I
he was doing.
said.
That's what he was
Okay.
doing with the witchcraft. He invited that demon in there.
All them anime though, Peter. What them animes telling each churn though. Think about that's why I bought all that up, P. And chat. That's why I bought all that up. Even with y'all, even with the younger kids. That's why I bought that up. Think about
Did
it,
they
P.
say how old he was?
Think about it, chap. It's bruh, he not 45. Listen to me. This is an uproar of what we're not paying attention to. This is a subtleness that's happening to our communities that we're not paying attention to. It's the animation world, fellas. Listen to me. We're not paying attention to this animation world shit. Now, people been telling us this shit for a minute. Now, I don't know if P. Dot was into this shit, but I was, chap. It was a movie called Cool World. You hear me, though? A movie called Cool World, where Brad Pitt was like the top of the top when you could think of any fucking person that would be of an actor or whatever, like the top actor. He was the epitome of who you could be as a white good actor at the time, and he still hold that title. I ain't gonna lie. When you say Brad Pitt name, I mean I ain't gotta tell y'all already know. Yeah, that's Brad Pitt. Boom. He had that shit back then too. There was a cartoon. The nigga fell in love with a cartoon. He was a real person, y'all. And the shit was in a cartoon, like fucking Roger Rabbit and shit. Right? It was before the Roger Rabbit shit. But this is all we trying to tell y'all. This is the conditioning, fellas. It's like washing your hair. And you got a shampoo and you got a conditioner. This was the conditioner of how to present this shit to people. And I'm talking about fake realities, fellas. I'm talking about AIs. I'm talking about just y'all believing in something that actually not really happening. We can make it look like what the fuck it is. And I hate to sound conspiracy theorist type, but we've been conditioned to try to accept this shit, y'all. That's my only point. To now where it seems like it's just normal, y'all.
we've
Listen
been
to me, fellas.
conditioned.
None of this shit is
To
normal.
take.
What I just said.
We've been
Shit.
conditioned to accept
It's
anything.
not
That's the.
normal.
You can't tell nobody nothing about nothing. Y'all be seeing the videos where somebody been and dropped their wallet or
You
something,
supposed to just
and
let
the
them rock, chap.
nigga
supposed
pick
to
that
just let
bitch up
them rock.
and just, oh man, look, sir, you dropped your wallet, or ma'am, you drop. Oh, I don't get the fuck from by me, bitch. I ain't trying to talk to you. I'm just trying to give you your wallet. But if you go in that bitch and take all that shit out of it, it's gonna be you a young nigga. You doing what the young niggas do. What the fuck is we supposed to do? They don't want you to say nothing about nothing.
It could be a white
Nothing
boy
nobody
that
doing.
done stole all this shit. Is a white boy a young nigga who stole from you? So
That's what they would say. That's what they would say
Exactly, chap.
but at the end of the day, it's
It's a
like I'm saying,
moniker. Like I was
just
trying to tell
thinking
you.
about it,
It's a
they
moniker.
don't care about
They
if it
don't
was right or this, that, and the third. The nigga that got all the answers right on the
It's
test,
money. I can make money off it. These young
he
niggas is
doing too much.
streaming. You hear me, chap? Chap,
He
these young
doing
niggas is
too much.
streaming.
That's what they gonna say. Oh, you doing too much. Ain't nobody ask you good at you being good
These
at two
white
shoes.
young boys, look,
Yeah.
these young white boys who talking racist and shit, they streaming, chap. You hear me? They saying little
Yeah.
subtle shit, monkey and all. They streaming too. That's the play. Young niggas and I forgot what they call a white boy. Damn, I just had the fucking word. They got a name too for them. They got a name for them too. That's the crazy part about this shit. They use us for a springboard for them to get popular. Chap, they use the young niggas to springboard for them to get popular. Even though young niggas started it off. Look at Kai Cenat. Kai Cenat wasn't the first nigga to stream, right?
No, he was the first nigga to just be a dickhead, I guess. I don't know.
Remember PD, what his name was? PD Paul? PD something. He was the most popular streamer with the shit. Like as far as the games and shit. You watch his games and all that shit. Like he was the most popular streamer. PD something. I forgot that motherfucker name. Chop, this was a white boy. He was just streaming on this shit. He had his own racial views on how he felt about shit too. Shit went sideways because some of the shit didn't go the way people thought it was supposed to go. So they used that as a platform to get other motherfuckers to go against him. And who was the first person to go against him? Black people. Here come Kai Cenat. Kai and them come Speedy, Kai, and your boy we forgot. So Illuminati, chat. Remember So Illuminati?
I remember him too.
The soul nigga. He shaved all his hair off and all that shit.
Yeah, I see him. But see, you know what? We skipping the whole group of niggas though.
We probably is. You're right.
Yeah, we skipping the whole group of niggas. It hasn't gotten to the, put it like this, right? It has gotten to it has gotten to the point where you can literally make jokes on children with Down syndrome.
Yes.
So everybody can understand what I'm saying.
And they had no race, and it had
that's
nothing
how
to do
far
with
they
race.
got.
Yep.
They got it's a trend of Down syndrome people or patients on, like, the shit is so fucking hilarious. God forgive me. But it's like y'all really let them do it. And they really talk about you if you're not okay with the shit.
and other shit be going on. They know that shit. They know it. And the reason why I know they know it, chop, but by my next segment, y'all. Check this shit out.
With a crime that left neighbors stunned. Investigators say a man from Fort Worth murdered his own mother while performing what he called an exorcism.
New court documents reveal what happened and what he did next, but we should warn you the details are difficult to hear. It happened last week at a home on Farmers Branch Street just west of Loop 820.
Matt Howerton just spoke with neighbors who cannot believe it happened so close to home.
Even though it was a horrific thing, I think God has still got us covered and protects each and every one of us.
Russell Ray holding on to his faith tightly.
The MedStar pulled up there.
Listen, P. That I want your
Police
point.
officers were at the house across the street from his early Friday morning.
What happened last week was, I never thought I would live this close to something like that happened.
An anonymous
Nobody
911
asked
call
you
starting
how
it
far you
all. A
left.
photo sent by 23-year-old Alexander Valdez to a group
A
of
photo.
friends showing a woman covered in blood. That's according to Valdez's arrest paperwork. When officers knocked on his door, they wrote that Valdez answered with blood on his face, neck, chest, torso, hands, and feet, and a Bible in his hand. Valdez said it was an exorcism, adding, "I was doing witchcraft to kill my mom." 58-year-old Teresita Sason was in the master bedroom dead. A dog nearby dead. Officers observing blood on the wall and Sason with trauma to the face and upper body. Valdez charged with murder.
When I looked out on the cameras and I saw the cop cars, I just thought, oh my gosh, something bad has happened.
But Dana Adderley didn't know how bad until Tuesday when these disturbing allegations on her street came to light.
I just think it's pretty sad that this mother was killed for no reason on our block, in our neighborhood.
I briefly spoke with Sason's family. They are understandably shook up by all of this and didn't want to discuss anything on camera. As for Valdez, neighbors say he kept to himself. Police say he refused to answer any questions and simply asked for an attorney when taken in. In Tarrant County, I'm Matt Howerton.
Whether you're racing in Formula One, IndyCar, or NASCAR,
What if your mama didn't know nothing about what you was doing, chat? You see this shit? And you into all this type of other shit. P. Dad, I want to get your point of view on that one. You want to play it again to get a good perspective of it, or just give me your point of view on it right now? All right.
With a crime that left neighbors stunned. Investigators say a man from Fort Worth murdered his own mother while performing what he called an exorcism.
New court documents reveal what happened and what he did next, but we should warn you the details are difficult to hear. It happened last week at a home on Farmers Branch Street just west of Loop 820.
Matt Howerton just spoke with neighbors who cannot believe it happened so close to home.
Even though it was a horrific thing, I think God has still got us covered and protects each and every one of us.
Russell Ray holding on to his faith tightly.
The MedStar pulled up there.
After learning why so many police officers were at the house across the street from his early Friday morning.
What happened last week was, I never thought I would live this close to something like that happened.
An anonymous 911 call starting it all. A photo sent by 23-year-old Alexander Valdez to a group of friends showing a woman covered in blood. That's according to Valdez's arrest paperwork. When officers knocked on his door, they wrote that Valdez answered with blood on his face, neck, chest, torso, hands, and feet, and a Bible in his hand. Valdez said it was an exorcism, adding, "I was doing witchcraft to kill my mom." 58-year-old Teresita Sason was in the master bedroom dead. A dog nearby dead. Officers observing blood on the wall and
Yeah, man. To be performing an exorcism and witchcraft at the same time, yeah, you know he was out of it. Whatever he was on a lot of it. Cause ain't no way you gonna say you doing an exorcism and using witchcraft. Like motherfuckers was performing exorcisms on people they suspected of using witchcraft. So I don't know, bro. This dude definitely had a lot going on upstairs, and like I said, they didn't mention his age, and they probably did that for a good reason. I don't know, but deep down inside, yeah, bro, dude gotta go. Like he got a real special plea, and I don't think they gonna give him the death penalty like they gonna give your boy for the dismembering of a child. But he looked like he needed it. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say, bro.
Pass the brain. What?
Oh, well, Pete, let me ask you a question then, Pete, because I
Yeah,
really pinpointed your conversation with that.
you might have a time on.
Let's look at it like this, right? He
You
used
have a
exorcism
conversation. Would you put it in the middle? Huh?
to actually,
The paper, you put it in
do
the
an
middle.
exorcism. You
The
use
paper. I don't need
witchcraft.
that, Judge.
Put your mic on mute, chap. If you mute your mic, chap. Be the exorcism thing though. Really using exorcism and saying that you have this certain tradition of it, right? And to say that you use witchcraft to try to exercise something out of your people is definitely a flag when it comes to what we've been learning though. Like, so that is something that people need to pay attention to, because how can you actually use an exorcism at this? Well, how can you try to how can you try to get an exorcism actually done on your people and you're using witchcraft? Usually people use Jesus and holy water and things of the Bible to get the demons off people, right? Him using witchcraft should have been assigned to the news of what's really going on with the situation. I don't know if people paid attention to that, but I never heard, like Peter saying, that I never heard of somebody using witchcraft to get rid of demons. Usually you use witchcraft to conjure these type of spirits.
Yeah, it's weird that you're trying to get rid of a spirit, but you're using a method to conjure a spirit.
Hey, bruh. What was you really waking up then, P? That's my point. That's my next question then.
He probably was. It probably was. It's probably reversed. We probably learned it wrong.
That's a good point of view. What you mean by that? Speak on that.
We already think witchcraft bad, but being able to make something that get rid of colds with tea and lemons and shit is witchcraft. Fucking making smothering beans down to that shit tastes good. Fucking witchcraft. I mean, that's some people say that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said that. Now I'm not vouching for dude because I don't know what the fuck he was doing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I do know that I've been hearing lately that you know,
Misconception. Yeah, the
they've been,
misconception of what actual
yeah,
witchcraft is.
yeah. I've been hearing that
No,
conversation
that's a
a
good
lot.
point. That's a good point, chap. That's what I be saying. I be wanting to hear your points on certain shit because just learning, the factors of what's going on is the main thing, right?
Right.
So I think our whole point of view is to understand like what these people believe in, and what they thought was actual witchcraft and shit, and to use witchcraft as the thing to say in 2025, chap. Yeah, and I don't think that nigga was talking about holistic living.
Right. I just like
You
with
know what I'm
voodoo.
saying, chap?
I
That
think
nigga.
voodoo got its misconceptions or whatever because of who do it.
Oh, more definitely.
You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Not that it's not true or it doesn't work or none of that shit, but I think because of the people that practice it, they like, oh
Mm-hmm.
no, we can't let these bitches know that they really could do this shit. Like,
But
you know what
look,
I'm saying?
yeah, because not only that though, but think about it like this, right? What part of learning all that tell you to kill your mama and shit, right? You see what I'm saying, chap? Like what part? How far you go with you living a holistic life where it tell you to kill your mama?
The mama probably was the demon.
I think, but that's my point, right? I think that's where people is trying to get an understanding in that area, right? Like how you get there to kill your mama, and how does your religion or what you believe in take you to where you believe that your mother is a demon, child? Like what you see what I'm saying? Like these are the things that takes us there to this point, and I don't think people try to put an understanding on that part of it. Like,
But
what led them
it's
to
like you said
actually
earlier,
kill.
like some people
Mhm.
just fucked up like that. And we don't know, because we can't think like
How
that.
far the extent?
We
Yeah.
can't think like that if that's not true as a person. So at the end of the day, it's like I said, he might very well, mama probably really was fucked up. I'm not saying she was. You know what I'm saying? But to him, she probably could have been admitting, or Chad GTP probably told him that his mama was the shit she doing, or that's definitely a demon. You know what I'm saying? Don't like it's just that simple nowadays for people or whatever. I was just watching
Suggestions.
Black Mirror
Suggestive.
about a little episode, and the chick every time she seen something, she switched that shit up every time. Like basically, whatever she was saying, she made Google say the same shit. So if she said it was McDowell's
End up in the
and not
shit. Yeah.
McDonald's, that shit was McDowell's, and it was gonna come up McDowell's. When people search it, it's gonna be McDowell's. But all she was really
Right. She made it
doing
whatever it
was
was.
she was able to access multiple realities or
We were
whatever.
about to say altering her reality. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Till she picked the one that fit for her. So that's all they be doing. Oh, this a fucking parking spot? They say compact cars only. I didn't know this was a parking spot. Damn
P
sure
Dot,
would
you
have
want to
parked
say
over there.
anything on that before I move on into the segment? Because that's what I'm about to go into.
Nah, that was it. I didn't have anything to add.
I came
Alright,
downstairs
fellas.
to
So
smoke right quick.
we about to move into the segment, fellas. Killer Moms, man. Hey, I got a good one for y'all. Y'all already know we got some shit going on. And my question is, that's why I brought this up too. Because I know we spoke on this, for different segments, for different times, for different situations, right? And whether it was other news, we talked about moms who did this type of shit and kill the kids, or whether it was just a segment, right? we talked about moms who did this. So I just want to just base it and make it a statement, for all us fellas, if we want to talk about this same topic for any situation, that we felt like it was, you know, brought up on to talk about. That's why I called it Killer Moms, and I call it Killer Moms because not only for our, broad view of bringing on topics, it was also that it's kind of a popular topic, Element and other networks have also clicked on this moniker of Killer Mom. You know what I'm saying, fellas? So it's not nothing that I just brought up out the blue or none of this shit. It's like this is an ongoing topic. That shit been going on with, mothers who's actually, going forth with killing their kids, and it's becoming more and more of a problem in local news, fellas. Not only just situations, and people have time to make shows about it and all that type of shit too, as well. It's also, a ongoing topic with mothers not really taking care of what we thought was a mother supposed to be. It's like they're going past what we assume from us growing up a mother role is supposed to be. And I think, these younger girls and this new generation is not looking at kids, or excuse my language, it's children, the way uh we actually looked at them, or we actually looked at ourselves, or children we had to take care of. You know, it's looked at in that way, to where we're supposed to take care of them, because a lot of these women and these moms are having these kids or these children, and they just disposing them, putting them in dumpsters, burning them, leaving them with people to get massacred, or whatever the situation is. It's definitely a topic I think that's going to be everlasting unless some change. So that's why I presented it, fellas, as Blunttalk Nola presents. I made a what you would say, a uh, a main topic for it, or I gave it a presentation basically to any one of y'all whenever y'all feel like y'all want to speak up on a subject. This can be, you see what I'm saying, the presentation of what it come under. You could look at it as a series if you want to, because I don't think this gonna stop no time soon, fellas. And everything we try to bring to y'all as the audience, speaking to the audience, you know, is of people who've been in real situations that really went through this shit. You know what I'm saying? And I definitely could speak for mine. So my story is definitely, real people in real situations. So it's not like I just, just threw this out my ass, or this was something that just this something we talked about before, and I'm just bringing it back up just cause. No, it's an actual situation that's still going on, that need to be presented, and that's definitely not be smothered just because we've based it something on this situation. So fellas, I hope we stay vigilant in these situations, and not to be caught up in the concern of what we talk about, but who we talk about, and what's the situation around the people that we talk about. You know what I'm saying? So without further ado, let's get this motherfucker started, man. Killer Moms, man. They in this situation, and I have a story for y'all with this situation, and we have a little bit of everything tied into it. And we talking about the concern of the family. We talking about the concern of the mental health, fellas. We talking about the concern of the people who were involved with government help, who was supposed to be helping this young lady or keeping track of, at least, and keeping everything intact. And also, Chop Track, also believing in a good mama, knowing that this mama had problems and shit, and still giving her custody of the fucking children, Peter.
Peace.
You hear me? They know they got his own record something wrong with her, and they still giving. So we gonna get into all that, fellas, with this one. So y'all just give me a little time and let me embrace on everything I'm telling y'all, but I'm just giving y'all a good synopsis of what's going on. Everybody gonna introduce themselves. Y'all gonna get to know their names and everything. Y'all get to know the children and everything. So I didn't want to, speak too much on that. I just wanted to give y'all a quick, a quick context on what what I'm gonna be speaking on and what I want y'all point of view on. So y'all don't have to give y'all point of view on every time I stop it, but if y'all want to speak on anything, when it stops, just chime in and let me know, fellas.
This is not just another true crime story. This is a call to vigilance for communities everywhere. At 28 years old, Jamira Hall presented a complex and contradictory figure to those who encountered her. A Baltimore native residing in the Coventry Homes apartment complex, Hall's life with her two children, Davin Thomas Jr. and Donaria Thomas, appeared ordinary on the surface. Yet beneath this facade lay troubling behavioral patterns that, in retrospect, signaled the danger to come. Those who lived near apartment 1106 described Davin as an energetic 8-year-old boy with a gentle disposition. His sister Donaria, just 6, was known for her bright smile and playful nature. Residents of the complex often saw the children outside, interacting with neighborhood pets and forming friendships with other kids in the area. One neighbor recalled how Davin would always ask to pet her dog, his face lighting up with each encounter. Donaria, with her infectious laugh, quickly became a favorite among the community's adults. "Those children were wonderful. Always polite, always happy to see you," said one resident who requested anonymity. "You'd never know what was happening behind closed doors." What struck many neighbors as unusual was the stark contrast between the children's openness and their mother's isolation. Hall rarely engaged with the community, keeping interactions brief and impersonal. Multiple residents reported seeing her sitting alone in her parked car for hours, sometimes late into the night, while the children presumably remained in the apartment. "She kept to herself, didn't want to talk to anybody," explained another neighbor. "We'd see her come and go, but she never stopped to chat like most folks around here do." This withdrawal from community life intensified in the weeks preceding the murders. Hall's appearances became increasingly sporadic, and when seen, neighbors noted changes in her demeanor.
I started to realize.
The specifics remain confidential, but Commissioner Michael Harrison later confirmed CPS had been involved prior to the 2021 murders. This involvement apparently wasn't enough to prevent the tragedy that followed. Perhaps most telling was Hall's pattern of creating distance between herself and potential support systems. Family members later revealed that she would frequently change phone numbers, move without notice, and cut contact for extended periods. This isolation, whether intentional or symptomatic of deeper issues, created a dangerous vacuum where her deteriorating mental state went largely unnoticed and unaddressed. As one family acquaintance put it, looking back, she was building walls around herself and those kids. Nobody could see in, and they couldn't get out. 3 years before the murders that would shock Baltimore, Jamira Hall committed an act that should have served as a glaring warning sign. In 2018, Hall was arrested and subsequently convicted of first-degree arson after setting fire to her own residence. What made this crime particularly disturbing was that her children, then just 5 and 3 years old, were inside the home when she ignited the blaze. Court documents revealed that Hall had been experiencing increasing difficulties managing her household. Neighbors reported hearing arguments and witnessing Hall's frustration in the days leading up to the fire.
So at this point, fellas, like there's already a disturbance. There's already the situation going on, and you know actually actual fire, fellas, that happened in the household. Thank God that the children was saved, and she's okay, and everything is on the up and up. So at this point in time, you know everything is being filed, fellas. Like you signing the name for this and you putting it in for this, and all these documents are being filed, fellas, at this time. But these files are not being shared with other people who've also evaluated her, and this is what they're trying to show you, or trying to build up to, when we're speaking on mental health, as well as the well-being of the children at the time. That's just that one right there. So I'm gonna move on to one more. If y'all don't want to say nothing on that, I'm gonna move on.
And sentenced to 1 year in jail, a punishment many later criticized as insufficient given the danger posed to her children. During her incarceration, Davin and Denaria remained with relatives under temporary custody arrangements. Perhaps the most critical failure in this saga occurred after Hall completed her sentence. Despite the serious nature of her crime and the documented mental health concerns, the post-incarceration support and monitoring proved woefully inadequate. Hall was released with standard parole conditions but without specialized mental health supervision or mandatory treatment protocols. In 2019, a pivotal custody hearing took place that would ultimately seal the children's fate. Court records show that Hall petitioned to regain custody of Davin and Denaria. During these proceedings, Hall presented evidence of having completed anger management classes while incarcerated and securing stable housing at the Coventry Homes apartment complex. She also claimed to be receiving ongoing mental health treatment, though later investigations would question the consistency of this care. Despite objections from some family members who expressed ongoing concerns about Hall's stability, the court ultimately ruled in her favor. The judge, whose name has been withheld from public records, granted Hall full custody of both children, with only minimal follow-up requirements from social services. This decision represented a catastrophic system failure. The court apparently gave significant weight to Hall's stated rehabilitation, while undervaluing the severity of her previous actions and the potential ongoing risk to the children. The custody ruling effectively removed the protective buffer between Hall's increasingly unstable mental state and her vulnerable children. As one child welfare expert later noted when reviewing the case, the 2018 incident wasn't just a red flag, it was a 5-alarm fire. The system responded as though it was a minor concern, and those children paid the ultimate price for that miscalculation. By early August 2021, the lives of Davin and Denaria Thomas had entered their final chapter. Though no one recognized the warning signs converging around them, the timeline of their last days reveals a rapidly deteriorating situation that, in hindsight,
like I said, but that's 3 right there. So I'll move in the 4, fellas. I ain't hear y'all say nothing about it, so I'll move in the 4.
didn't respond or acknowledge the greeting. Behavior the neighbor described as completely blank, like nobody was home inside her. The apartment complex's maintenance supervisor later told investigators he encountered Hall on August 15th when responding to a plumbing complaint in a nearby unit. He described her as agitated and speaking very rapidly about people watching her apartment. When he attempted to reassure her about building security, she abruptly walked away mid-conversation. The last confirmed public sighting of both children alive came on August 19th. A surveillance camera captured Hall, Davin, and Denaria entering their apartment building around 4:30 p.m. Davin appeared to lag behind, with Hall repeatedly turning to hurry him along. Denaria clutched a stuffed animal, keeping unusually close to her brother rather than her mother. A resident who passed them in the hallway later recalled that the kids seemed quiet, not like their usual selves, and that Hall didn't make eye contact, just rushed them inside. What happened after they entered the apartment would later be partially reconstructed through witness testimony.
We're told how the children were found and about neighbors who heard screams. And tonight, one of those neighbors is telling his chilling story. It shook Ray Cherry from his sleep.
I heard the kids around 11:30.
He says screams of children and tussling that night seeped through his floor from the apartment below.
Whoever was down there was picking these kids up and they was crying. And one kid said, "Mommy, no, mommy, no, mommy." And I heard a little boy through the floor was kind of crying. And right after that, I didn't hear anything else.
Cherry said that happened last Thursday night, August 19th. 5 days later, according to these court documents, police found Denaria and Davin Thomas, 6 and 8 years old, dead inside their apartment. Their mother, Jamara Hall, police say, confessing to the murders. The court documents with graphic details, including Davin found lying face down in a sleeping bag in the living room, stabbed with a large knife, and his sister in the bathtub with the clothing object wrapped around her neck, both in a state of decomposition. And no sign of their mother. According to investigator, Jamira Hall was last seen with her 2 children on August 19th outside the residence. The same night, Cherry says he was awakened by children screaming. The next day, police arrested Hall after she took an Uber to Baltimore County. Later, police say she gave a full admission in detail as to how she murdered both of her children. Cherry would later discover that what he unknowingly heard may have been the moments leading up to the deaths of Denaria and Davin.
I'm weeping because the kid, she didn't have to kill them kids. She didn't have to do it.
Johnson later told reporters, "This smell, anyone who's encountered it knows exactly what it means." After knocking repeatedly with no response, Johnson used his master key to enter the apartment. The scene that greeted him would forever alter his life. Just inside the doorway, he discovered the body of 8-year-old Davin Thomas, lying face down in a sleeping bag in the living room. Johnson immediately backed out of the apartment and contacted emergency services. Baltimore Police Department officers arrived within minutes, securing the scene and confirming the tragic discovery. Upon careful examination, officers found not 1 but 2 victims. 6-year-old Denaria was located in the bathroom, her small body positioned in the bathtub. Both children had been deceased for several days, complicating the initial investigation. Detective Sarah Rosenberg, the lead investigator assigned to the case, described the apartment as a place where time seemed to stop. The children's backpacks hung neatly by the door. Schoolwork was still magnetized to the refrigerator. A half-completed puzzle lay on the coffee table. Ordinary scenes of childhood frozen in stark contrast to the horror that had unfolded. The medical examiner's preliminary assessment revealed disturbing details about the children's final moments. Davin had suffered a knife wound to his chest, with a large kitchen knife still embedded in his body. Additionally, a plastic trash bag had been wrapped around his head. Daneria showed signs of strangulation, with fabric, later identified as a belt, still wrapped around her neck. In my 20 years of law enforcement, this ranks among the most difficult scenes I've processed, Detective Rosenberg noted. These were children who trusted the person who was supposed to protect them above all others. As investigators processed the apartment, a critical question emerged. Where was Jumeirah Hall? Her absence from the scene immediately elevated her from person of interest to primary suspect. A department-wide alert was issued, and officers began canvassing known locations and contacting associates. If you're finding this case as disturbing as we did while researching it, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to Shadows of Crime. Your support helps us continue to shed light on these tragic stories so we can learn from them
Blunttalk,
and perhaps
nola.
prevent similar situations in the future. The investigation quickly
Like,
revealed
comment,
that no one had
subscribe.
seen Hall at the apartment complex since August 19th, the same day neighbors reported hearing Daneria's desperate pleas. Interviews with Hall's family members uncovered her fabricated hospital stay story, while the children's father provided information about his concerning encounter with Hall on August 21st. Cell phone records became a crucial investigative tool. Although Hall's phone had been turned off shortly after
You're
the
looking for
estimated
us.
time of the murders, investigators were able to track previous locations and establish a timeline of her movements. This digital footprint, combined with witness statements, painted a picture of increasing instability in the days leading up to the killings. On August 25th, just one day after the children's bodies were discovered, police received a promising lead. Hall's phone had briefly connected to a tower.
Ooh. Wee. Wee. Just saying,
that, bro.
I got some more,
I got some more, bro.
Get nobody.
Get nobody.
Yeah, so they
So far,
Why?
or nothing like that, or because I was thinking like it was a while sometimes. The mother eat their children. But you know, like, what was her motive? Like, that's the only thing I could think of. Like why she on the door.
Near Philadelphia Road and Ross. One day after the children's bodies were discovered, police received a promising lead. Hall's phone had briefly connected to a tower near Philadelphia Road and Rossville Boulevard in Baltimore County. Officers flooded the area, and a local rideshare driver recognized Hall from the news alerts. He reported having recently dropped her off at a convenience store in the vicinity. At approximately 8:15 p.m. on August 25th, officers located Hall hiding behind a dumpster at the reported location. She was taken into custody without incident, appearing disoriented and physically exhausted. This case forces us to confront uncomfortable questions about our communities. How well do we really know what's happening in the apartments and houses around us? Would you recognize the warning signs of a family in crisis? And would you know what to do if you did? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Have you ever been in a situation where you wondered if you should report concerning behavior involving children? When officers apprehended Jumeirah Hall behind the convenience store dumpster, she offered no resistance. Detective Rosenberg, who arrived at the scene shortly after the arrest, described Hall as vacant and detached from reality. Her clothes were disheveled, she appeared not to have bathed in days, and she carried only a small bag containing a water bottle, some loose change, and photographs of Davin and Daneria. At Baltimore Police Headquarters, Hall was processed and placed in an interview room. After being read her Miranda rights, she made a decision that surprised investigators. She waived her right to an attorney and agreed to speak about what had happened in apartment 1106. What followed was a confession that chilled even the most experienced detectives in the room. She described the murders with an emotional flatness that was deeply disturbing, said one officer who requested anonymity due to the sensitive nature of the case. It wasn't boastful or remorseful. It was like she was recounting a mundane errand. According to the official transcript, Hall provided a methodical, step-by-step account of how she killed her children. She admitted to attacking Davin first while he slept, stating that she needed to free him from this world. She then described how Daenerys awoke during the attack on her brother and attempted to run, screaming for help, corroborating the neighbor's account of hearing "Mommy, no" cries. Hall confessed to catching her daughter in the bathroom and strangling her with a belt. Perhaps most disturbing was Hall's explanation for her actions. She claimed that shadows had been telling her that her children were in danger and that killing them was the only way to save them from something worse. She described hearing voices for weeks leading up to the murders, voices that convinced her she was protecting Davin and Daenerys through her actions. Following her confession, Hall was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and additional counts of first-degree assault and reckless endangerment. She was held without bail pending psychological evaluation. The legal proceedings took an unexpected turn when Hall's public defender requested a competency hearing. 3 independent psychiatrists evaluated Hall over several months, examining her mental state both at the time of the evaluation and, crucial.
So she went against all odds with the shit, and people evaluated her for what was going on in the same situation. So they all had the, thing that they was going with at the time. So yeah, man, that's just about 6 of it.
So she said Shadows was telling her to do this, to kill her children.
Yeah, she had child. She basically was saying the people was basically kind of just passing that off, like what you just said. They think was okay. Well, this is just another woman that's having these little thoughts, but she seems okay. So we're gonna allow her to still have her kids. Even though she told us, all the shit you just said, y'all. Like she's really seeing shit in the shadow world, and they telling her that to do all this shit. The incompetency of the the people that's releasing is saying, well, she's okay. Okay, maybe she'll stop talking about that, and she seemed like she's a good citizen. So,
but that was after
we're not
she killed
we're
him.
not gonna keep our kids away from her. This was before, because remember she tried to burn him. She tried to burn him in the house first.
Right.
They got out of that. Yeah, they got out of that. Child. She tried to. Yeah, she set everything on fire, man. That was the first thing. Yeah, that was her thing. Yeah, she was trying to burn him in the fire because they are amongst this world, and she's trying to preserve them from this world that we know of. She burned, yeah. But the kid got out on that one, though. They didn't die on that one. All type of shit happened where, the kids is, you see what I'm saying? But she's still on this same type of ideology, and they reward her children back. They get to stay with their good mama again, Chop.
Mm-hmm.
After the fire. So, like I told P. Dot, we're going to talk about the negligence of the state and them not actually going forth with what was going on and not even talking to no other,
Yeah, she was never supposed to get the turn back
representatives.
after the fire.
Guess what happened though? The person who knew about the fire shit wasn't talking to the therapist. That wasn't talking to the child, the child supportive people who wasn't talking to. You see what I'm saying, chap? Nobody not talking to nobody. So her case with these people is her case with these people, and her case with dead people is her case with them people. Nobody is working together to even know that they're talking about the same person, child. This lady done filled out all the paperwork, all the shit that each person, but this how they run it though. Everybody is in their own sector. Everything's look. I'm supposed to be going to these people for all these mental shit, right? But this person here that I'm going to the mental shit for is getting all my information now, and the bitch not spreading it to the next person that's supposed to be knowing this shit, which is supposed to be like what, a therapist or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
My therapist is not telling
The
the
family,
medical doctors. He
somebody.
said the information is not getting passed on. Chap. I'm going to that motherfucker, and that motherfucker telling me something. They're not telling the therapist what we just talked about. You see what I'm saying? So now the
Mm-hmm.
therapist is getting another speculation from whatever I tell that motherfucker. Then I go on to the medical person, what type of drugs I'm supposed to be on. Nobody is not talking to nobody in this situation, and I think that is a big problem that we're gonna, dive into in this situation, chop. This shit crazy. So I'm gonna just keep it going, bro. Since people having technical difficulties.
Their findings painted a picture of severe, untreated mental illness. Hall was diagnosed with schizophrenia with paranoid features, a condition that likely began manifesting years earlier but had gone long near Philadelphia Road in Ross. One day after the children's bodies were discovered, police received a promising lead. Hall's phone had briefly connected to a tower near Philadelphia Road and Rossville Boulevard in Baltimore County. Officers flooded the area, and a local rideshare driver recognized Hall from the news alerts. He reported having recently dropped her off at a convenience store in the vicinity. At approximately 8:15 p.m. on August 25th, officers located Hall hiding behind a dumpster at the reported location. She was taken into custody without incident, appearing disoriented and physically exhausted. This case forces us to confront uncomfortable questions about our communities. How well do we really know what's happening in the apartments and houses around us? Would you recognize the warning signs of a family in crisis? And would you know what to do if you did? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Have you ever been in a situation where you wondered if you should report concerning behavior involving children? When officers apprehended Jamira Hall behind the convenience store dumpster, she offered no resistance. Detective Rosenberg, who arrived at the scene shortly after the arrest, described Hall as vacant and detached from reality. Her clothes were disheveled, she appeared not to have bathed in days, and she carried only a small bag containing a water bottle, some loose change, and photographs of Davin and Daneria. At Baltimore Police Headquarters, Hall was processed and placed in an interview room. After being read her Miranda rights, she made a decision that surprised investigators. She waived her right to an attorney and agreed to speak about what had happened in apartment 1106. What followed was a confession that chilled even the most experienced detectives in the room. She described the murders with an emotional flatness that was deeply disturbing, said one officer who requested anonymity due to the sensitive nature of the case. It wasn't boastful or remorseful. It was like she was recounting a mundane errand. According to the official transcript, Hall provided a methodical step-by-step account of how she killed her children. She admitted to attacking Davin first while he slept, stating that she needed to free him from this world. She then described how Daenerys woke during the attack on her brother and attempted to run, screaming for help, corroborating the neighbor's account of hearing "Mommy no" cries. Hall confessed to catching her daughter in the bathroom and strangling her with a belt. Perhaps most disturbing was Hall's explanation for her actions. She claimed that shadows had been telling her that her children were in danger and that killing them was the only way to save them from something worse. She described hearing voices for weeks leading up to the murders, voices that convinced her she was protecting Davin and Daenerys through her actions. Following her confession, Hall was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and additional counts of first-degree assault and reckless endangerment. She was held without bail pending psychological evaluation. The legal...
See what I'm saying, chat?
Yeah.
The lady, there was already some ongoing shit, but at the same time, y'all still leaving it up to her to take care of her children, huh? The state is still leaving it up to her because she's a good mom, and children is best left with their moms. Now, there's a father involved with it, a lot of this shit, Jack.
Right.
But the father was not awarded the same awards that she was awarded with when it came to the children, Jack. And that's why I was talking about the state and shit, how they go when it comes to the mom versus the dad, bro. And I hate to say it like this, like as if there's some fucking conspiracy, child. But, bro, they're not giving you your fucking child when you're the father. And when this shit happens like this with these moms that just go off the rocker, bro. The dad could say he's been in the position the whole time. He's been trying to get his fucking child. He's been doing this. He's been doing that. These motherfuckers will tell you that the children are with the grandmother. Children with the grandfather in it.
Yeah.
They're gonna hold them here until the mom is evaluated in 6 months, child. She not crazy no more in 6 months, bruh. And we're gonna give the children back to her fucking ass, brother. The fuck? It's too much leniency, bruh, when it comes to this shit. When it involves women and their children versus men and their children, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
And we about to dig more into this story when it comes to this shit. That's why I brought it up, bro. Because the people showed you some good examples or some good advice on, not advice, but just how this situation was going and what they neglected as far as the state, though. These people neglect shit, knowing shit going on, child. And that's what I don't want them to, get out the way with, basically. They need to hold their fucking feet to the fire when it comes to this type of shit, bro. Because they act like these laws don't exist or this y'all ain't doing this certain shit because y'all automatically assuming that the father is not the most responsible one. Which in most cases, these crazy bitches is getting out of hand and shit is going on with them too. While y'all giving them all the responsibility. They need evaluations. They need to be dealt with certain things. And look how far it could get out of hand when you don't correct this shit, though.
Mm-hmm.
When you go by the laws and think that this is how you're supposed to go about it, because children are best most left with they fucking mama, dog. It's bullshit, y'all, bro. It's bullshit, bro.
I mean, I
And these
definitely
people,
do that.
bro, this lady really had a real mental problem, though, son. You see what I'm saying? It's a whole nother bracket added to this shit. And these people didn't even blink an eye as if he was a deadbeat father. They treated this whole situation as if she was supposed to be with these kids, yeah? That's what I'm saying. How y'all not even trying to get the father involved, dog? Bro, that man going through it, bro. Nobody gives a fuck about a black father, right? We supposed to just take this shit. We supposed to just be emotionally detached from what the fuck happened to our children because they with the good mama, huh, Jack? They with the good mama. We ain't supposed to worry about none of this shit. We ain't supposed to fuck. We ain't supposed to cry. We ain't supposed to care. We ain't supposed to none of this shit. It's fucked up, bro. It really is, bro. And that's why I want to talk about this shit, bro. Because it's not only about killing moms, bro. It's the fucking inhumanity with these bitches now, child. It's the non-nourishment, the real nurturing of wanting to be a fucking mother, dog. That shit gone, man, nigga.
Yeah.
Rather it's a mental problem with this bitch was going through, or rather it's a bitch that said I don't want to have my churn and putting them in a fucking dumpster, dog. Come on, Ron. How many stories we done fucking talked about with these raggedy bitches? Just saying, I don't give a fuck. I'm ready to go out the next day after I done killed these motherfuckers. That's how they look at the shit, chap. That's not me saying that. That's not me saying that, son. That's the fuck they doing. They doing this shit, son. It's right in our face, dog. And nobody cares to figure out why. Nobody cares to figure out what is the transition of our women to where they feel like this. What is leading them to this shit? What is in the shit that's going on that where they feel like they don't even have the compassion for their own fucking children?
I think men don't do their original role. I mean, in today's society, they're not allowed to.
That's a good point on that one, y'all. Cause I'm glad you said that, bro. Cause I'm gonna finish it off, bro. Cause I know y'all got some shit to shoot, and we are already 3 hours in. I appreciate everybody who coming through on the podcast, and everybody gonna be listening to the replay. So I'm gonna finish this off, y'all, for y'all, so y'all continue with this shit. But yeah, man, it's a lot to this story, bro. Just if y'all pay attention and see what's going on, maybe we could have a better insight, on what we need to evaluate on our own situations. So.
Their findings painted a picture of severe, untreated mental illness. Hall was diagnosed with schizophrenia with paranoid features, a condition that likely began manifesting years earlier but had gone largely untreated despite her previous interactions with the legal and healthcare systems. The psychiatric reports indicated that during the murders, Hall was experiencing active psychosis that prevented her from understanding the criminality of her actions. In a controversial decision that divided public opinion, the court accepted these findings. In early 2022, a Baltimore judge ruled that Hall was not criminally responsible for the deaths of her children, Maryland's version of the insanity defense. Rather than prison, Hall was committed to a state psychiatric hospital for treatment. This was a tremendously serious and tragic case, said Debbie Levi of the Maryland Public Defender's Office.
Here we go, Jack.
We are grateful that the
Trying to
state
take.
and the court acknowledge the serious mental health illness underlying this tragedy. The NCR disposition means that Ms. Hall will be hospitalized for intensive treatment and monitoring. The ruling sparked intense debate about the intersection of mental illness, criminal responsibility, and child protection. Mental health advocates pointed to the case as evidence of systemic failures in identifying and treating severe psychiatric conditions before they lead to violence. Others questioned whether the ruling provided appropriate justice for Davin and Daneria. What remains undisputed is that Hall's untreated mental illness created a perfect storm of tragedy, one that might have been prevented with earlier, more aggressive intervention. Her commitment to a psychiatric facility means she will receive the treatment she needed years before, but it comes far too late for her children. The murders of Davin and Danzieri Thomas represent more than just a family tragedy. They expose catastrophic breakdowns across multiple systems designed to protect vulnerable children. A closer examination reveals a series of missed opportunities and institutional failures that, had they been addressed, might have saved 2 young lives. Child Protective Services' involvement with the Hall family began well before the 2021 murders. Following the 2018 arson incident, CPS opened an active case file on Davin and Daneria. Commissioner Michael Harrison later confirmed this involvement but declined to provide specific details, citing confidentiality regulations. However, court records indicate that CPS conducted several home visits while the children were temporarily placed with relatives during Hall's incarceration. The critical failure occurred during the 2019 custody hearing when Hall petitioned to regain custody of her children. Documents obtained through public records requests show that the CPS assessment presented to the court was incomplete at best and negligent at worst. The report acknowledged Hall's completion of required programs, but failed to include a comprehensive mental health evaluation or establish a mandatory treatment plan as a condition of reunification. Dr. Eleanor Matt.
See that? You switch pitching, Shop. You heard it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
The government switch pitching with these people. You already know our situation. We've been calling in about it. You know the lady got problems. Listen, you heard that shit. They know the lady got problems, huh? They gave him right back to her, my nigga.
They better.
They gave the children right back to her.
You know how they go with the black women, man.
I'ma cut up. I'ma say y'all doing it. Yeah. This is the pedigree that we breed, but we not understanding that our black women is following people who are mentally insane.
True.
That's what, look, she won't admit it, but she had to. And you know why she had to. But this is the mentality. She's speaking the same shit that, you know, all so-called people who have something to say in the midst of black women have, you know, a gripe with. The same shit she said. And we see in this instance, this lady has a mental problem, but she still tried to use that shit and still have a father who's involved with the children. And it's so horrific what she did to these kids, bro. It brings me back to, you know, we was talking about earlier, bro. And I don't want to harp on it too much, but just to get people to understand the severity Not only people, chap. I want women to understand the severity of your power that you hold.
I think they know. 'Cause they
Yeah,
use it in
yeah.
Satan.
I'm not saying that they don't. There's consequences, right? There's good and bad to what when you use this shit, ladies. I don't think they I don't think they want to take credit for the bad that happens with it, chap. That's my point there. I think I'm gonna say it like that. I don't think the bad, like, they don't understand how bad that shit really take heed to people, dog. In close ranges to when they want to have shit their way. It's what I want right now, right here, right then and there, because this is okay.
Today.
But in reality, chap, it's not. You see what I'm saying, right? It's not okay. It's not good today. It's not none of that shit. You are setting a precedent of shit to go on in the future. And I don't think they hold their own responsibilities. Like we've been talking about all night, holding people their feet to the fire, right? I don't think women hold their feet to the fire when it comes to, them being trendsetters, though. Them starting shit and them being the ones who is the top prospect of the movement of whatever the fuck. Because it's easy to say, when it's us, then they know what we is. We deadbeats, right? We deadbeat. We don't take care of women, or we beat on them. All the stereotypes, right? They know the exact stereotype. But what are the stereotypes of the woman, right? What are the stereotypes of that? And these things that we're talking about now are the stereotypes, and I don't think they want to take credit for it, especially when it comes down to shit like this, chop. So I just want to talk upon that while I finish this story up. So I got two more. I think I got two more parts to it. No, wait, one more part really. I got one more part to it, and we gonna dip from there. Let's see, because I don't see my 8, so I'm gonna go with that.
Their findings painted a picture of severe, untreated care without robust safeguards in place ignored the severity of her previous actions, Matthews explained. Setting fire to a home with your children inside isn't just criminal behavior. It's a glaring indicator of potential severe mental illness that demands ongoing monitoring. Between the 2019 custody restoration and the 2021 murders, the record shows minimal follow-up from child welfare authorities. Standard procedure should have included regular home visits, particularly during the first year of reunification. However, the COVID-19 pandemic, beginning in early 2020, severely disrupted these protocols, with many agencies shifting to virtual check-ins or reducing visit frequency. Former CPS caseworker James Wilson, who was not involved in the Hall case but has extensive experience with similar situations, pointed to resource limitations as a contributing factor. The average caseworker in Baltimore handles between 20 and 30 families simultaneously, Wilson noted. With such overwhelming caseloads, families who appear stable on the surface often receive less attention than those in active crisis. It creates dangerous blind spots. The education system represents another missed opportunity for intervention. School records show that both Davin and Denaria had increasing absences in the months before the pandemic forced schools to close. When virtual learning began, their participation was sporadic at best. Despite these red flags, no educational welfare check was initiated. Schools often serve as early warning systems for child welfare concerns, explained Dr. Tanya Rodriguez, an educational psychologist specializing in trauma-informed practices. When in-person learning was disrupted by COVID-19, we lost a crucial monitoring mechanism for vulnerable children like Davin and Denaria. The healthcare system also failed to provide adequate continuity of care for Hall's mental health needs. Despite her documented psychiatric episode following the 2018 arson, there was no mandated treatment plan or medication management protocol established upon her release from incarceration. Hall's medical records show she visited an emergency department for psychiatric symptoms in November 2020, but there was no follow-up care documented afterward. Perhaps most troubling is the gap in communication between these various systems. The criminal justice system that processed Hall's arson case, the child welfare system that evaluated her parenting capacity, the education system that observed the children's attendance issues, and the healthcare system that briefly treated her mental health concerns, all operated in relative isolation from one another. What we see in the Hall case is a tragic example of information silos, said Professor Raymond Jackson, who studies child welfare policy at Johns Hopkins University. Each system held pieces of the puzzle, but no mechanism existed to assemble them into a complete picture that might have revealed the imminent danger to these children.
Like I was saying earlier, chap. You see what he's saying?
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nobody was talking to nobody about none of this shit. And it's the same child, chap. How the fuck all y'all is into evaluating one child, chap? But now one of y'all know about the evaluation that either one of them gave to each other to try to see what's the actual fucking problem.
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna talk to the I'm gonna talk to the therapist, but the therapist is not talking to the nutritionist. The nutritionist is not talking to the person at the school. That's what they saying. Excuse me. These people all are getting paid, yeah, from the government to make sure all this shit is together, dog. And they saying that none of these people are giving information to the other one to see what's going on with not only a group of people, chap, but one person.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even know about one person. All they shit is separate. Everybody shit. They don't know about none of this shit. But they all got the same clients, yeah. But now one of these motherfuckers know about nothing about their client when it comes to me asking one of the other doctors about it. Well, yeah, have you evaluated them for this? Well, yeah, I've already evaluated them for this. You don't even know because your ass evaluated them again because you haven't, and that's what the problem is, chap. See, not. This is the piece of the puzzle that we're not putting together right here. When we say shit needs to be happening and people need to be responsible for this and all that, okay, cool. But when people don't know and when people don't understand how shit really go, and they just living their life, bruh, they be needing people to guide them in the right way. This is why these people get paid to say that they have a fucking degree, chap, to do the shit that they do. So they could guide people into understanding this shit. Okay? So when they don't do this, chap, then what the fuck are you good for, bruh? Why are you getting paid all this fucking money?
Mm-hmm.
If you're not gonna do your fucking job. This is the problem, chap. I'm telling you. This is the fucking problem, bruh. And people don't want to just say it plain out and simple. This is the fucking problem, though. We have therapists that say they fucking therapists and they're not fucking doing their job, though. We have analysts that say they're analysts and not analyzing shit. We have doctors that's telling people they need to be on these fucking pills, but not talking to these people therapists, bruh. You see what I'm saying? And making sure that the pills I'm giving this motherfucker don't influence the therapy that they've been going through, bruh. Because they're not worrying about the side effects, bruh. You hear me? They just giving them the fucking pills, bruh. without even talking to the therapist. This is what's going. That's what they telling you. These people are not talking to each other, bruh. But they tell your crazy, retarded, supposed to be ass to go talk to all these fucking different people as if they're talking to each other and they all know what is your problem. But guess what? The big game is they don't. So you go to all these different people and you explain this shit over and fucking over, and nobody's listening to you, child. But you're constantly spending money on every fucking person to try to get fucking help. And now one of these motherfuckers know none about what the fuck are you talking about. And on the level of the other person that's talking to, I'm speaking of, like nobody is on their level of them being the ones who's trying to get you help, right? The help is not talking to each other, not you. You're talking to the help. You're talking to this help. You're talking to that help. You're talking to that help. You're talking to that help. But guess what, Jack? None of the help that's supposed to be fucking helping you are not talking to each other. So guess what? You know what problem that fucking makes? If you don't understand, that means none of them bitches know how to evaluate what the fuck wrong with you. Because they're not even talking to each other. They don't know. You see? They don't know. And this is the fucking problem, bruh. This is another problem that we have. We're not holding these people accountable who's supposed to be over us when we talk about insurance, health, dental, whatever fucking else that comes, mental, all that, bruh. They're not getting a full evaluation of the person, bruh. You're going to different people to talk about you differently and evaluating you differently. And none of them is not going to come to a one conclusion to treat you. Because remember, at the end of the day, it's just you. They're stretching you out to get to with all these extra people to make sure you're okay. But are these extra people getting with each other to make sure you're okay? No. They're all giving their own evaluations and they charging your bitch ass for every separate evaluation that they're giving you. So this is the game when a lot of this shit come up too. So evaluating her and all that bitch ass shit they talking about, y'all. You were never supposed to get that girl her fucking children back, like you said in the beginning when you saw that shit from the first evaluation. But child, guess what? She's a good old mama, so she gets to act cool and go to her little classes and shit, job, and they give her fucking children back. But not once say nothing about the competent daddy. The daddy good. Chop, the daddy wanted the kids. You don't even think of the daddy though. So that's another point I want to specify on. Them just leaving the father out of the situation as if that was his choice. What's up with the government and these organizations thinking that it's cool to just exempt the father when it comes to finding out that the mother is fucking incompetent? Why is you calling the grandmother before you even call the father? Why are you giving the kids to her siblings before you actually give the kids to the actual father, bro? And that's becoming a problem too, child. It's horrible, sir. Cause that's the first thing they fucking talk about, dog. The man could say, "Yeah, I told y'all my old lady was." So we gonna finish this story off, bro. Like I said, I don't want to, push too much on it, but I just had to talk about that situation on it, bro. It's like It's like when is enough when it comes to these situations, and when does the father have any kind of seniority in his own children? You know, y'all feel so much safer with everybody else but the father, as if he's the one that's just ready to put it all on the line to get rid of his children. When we're finding out that keeping them in the custody of the mothers, these bitches don't want them. They ready to get rid of him.
So it is. Especially if they're doing that.
They ain't even betting the fucking eye, bruh. They're not betting the eye, bruh. So let me finish this off, chap. This is it.
Without robust safeguards in place ignored the severity of her previous actions, Matthews explained. Setting fire to a home with your children inside isn't just criminal behavior. It's a glaring indicator of potential severe mental illness that demands ongoing monitoring. Between the 2019 custody restoration and the 2021 murders, the record shows minimal follow-up from child welfare authorities. Standard procedure should have included regular home visits, particularly during the first year of reunification. However, the COVID-19 pandemic, beginning in early 2020, severely disrupted these protocols, with many agencies shifting to virtual check-ins or reducing visit frequency. Former CPS caseworker James Wilson, who was not involved in the Hall case but has extensive experience with similar situations, pointed to resource limitations as a contributing factor. The average caseworker in Baltimore handles between 20 and 30 families simultaneously, Wilson noted. With such overwhelming caseloads, families who appear stable on the surface often receive less attention than those in active crisis. It creates dangerous blind spots. The education system represents another missed opportunity for intervention. School records show that both Davin and Denaria had increasing absences in the months before the pandemic forced schools to close. When virtual learning began, their participation was sporadic at best. Despite these red flags, no educational welfare check was initiated. Schools often serve as early warning systems for child welfare concerns, explained Dr. Tanya Rodriguez, an educational psychologist specializing in trauma-informed practices. When in-person learning was disrupted by COVID-19, we lost a crucial monitoring mechanism for vulnerable children like Davin and Denaria. The healthcare system also failed to provide adequate continuity of care for Hall's mental health needs. Despite her documented psychiatric episode following the 2018 arson, there was no mandated treatment plan or medication management protocol established upon her release from incarceration. Hall's medical records show she visited an emergency department for psychiatric symptoms in November 2020, but there was no follow-up care documented afterward. Perhaps most troubling is the gap in communication between these various systems. The criminal justice system that processed Hall's arson case, the child welfare system that evaluated her parenting capacity, the education system that observed the children's attendance issues, and the healthcare system that briefly treated her mental health concerns, all operated in relative isolation from one another. What we see in the Hall case is a tragic example of information silos, said Professor Raymond Jackson, who studies child welfare policy at Johns Hopkins University. Each system held pieces of the puzzle, but no mechanism existed to assemble them into a complete picture that might have revealed the imminent danger to these children. This fragmentation of responsibility created a dangerous vacuum where Hall's deteriorating mental state went unaddressed while her children remained in her care, a situation that ultimately proved fatal for Davin and Denaria. The deaths of Davin and Denaria.
Yeah, bro. So that's my ending of it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It is, like I said, chap, it's a lot of factors into it. It's not just about killing moms, bro. You see what I'm saying? Son? It's all those factors that go into it. Like, and some of those things, if you want to speak on it right quick, while I pass the mic, you could go into it, brother. It's just, I don't want people to just automatically assume that okay, this is just mom's going crazy. No, there's a lot of factors that's going into this situation, even with CPS and all this. You heard the people talking. They're not going to admit it, chat, but the people did investigations on this shit already. So they saw the negligence in the system. They saw the negligence. How the father was, you see what I'm saying? You heard him. The daddy wanted to take, the man ain't know none of this shit, bro. See how we get left out of shit, though? We get left completely out of shit. We going by what this bitch talking about and the letters that we get from out the mail. We don't even know she on some other type of time. The man said I caught her fucking ass. Chop, she was out there just wandering and shit. The baby daddy.
Mm-hmm.
The baby daddy caught her out there just wandering and shit, talking crazy. He asked her about the kids. What my kids at? What's going on? This bitch talking about people following her and shit. She gone, child. The police found her ass in the corner between two buildings and all this shit, how they said it. She ain't had nothing in her purse but a couple of pennies and some nickels, a fucking water bottle, and pictures of her children. My nigga. Come on, man. So we looking at more than just, you see what I'm saying? Top mom's getting frustrated at what's going on at home. It was some good children. It wasn't no problem. They told y'all the story. Regular ass kids doing regular ass shit. All of a sudden, she done got the code switch to where she done snapped out. Today is the day. Well, I'm just gonna get rid of it to save him though too, chap. Remember, she said I killed him to save him.
Mm-hmm. Shit.
Yeah, bro. I passed the torch, bro.
Mm-hmm. You got like Nola's fine.
Hell no. And then whatever you want to present, bro, we can end it off with you, bro. I ain't even tripping.
Let me see what I got right quick.
I have a little something for Sunday. We're gonna talk about Shannon Sharp as Sundays, chap. So get your Shannon Sharp shit ready.
This shit crazy. Just gonna get on.
And you never deserve to walk the face of this earth.
A Texas high school cosmetology teacher pretended to provide accommodations for troubled teens, then forced them to service men. More details have come to light in sickening detail. Kedira Grigsby, 42, was a teacher at Klein Cain High School where she taught cosmetology. She would allegedly pretend to take troubled teens and runaway students to motel accommodations she provided and then make them service 5 to 10 men a night. And police say she gave them a goal of making $1,000 a day. On top of that, she brought in her own son so he could ESA the girls as well. Investigators say they found messages between mothers discussing the girls with Zell paying for them. Hundreds of other men were making deals on Grigsby's cell phone. Only one troubled girl has come forward to sue her and the school district for failing to protect her from this evil. The other 7 to 8 victimized girls have yet to speak out, and police are urging them to come forward with their stories. Tetra has made bail while her son is still in jail, and Jane Doe is currently suing the school district because she says she let the authorities know about it months ago, and even more sickeningly, she used her arrest to tout his efforts to provide school choice in the state.
Yes, sir. Nah, that lady said she told them people, chap. You heard that, huh? I told them
Yeah,
people.
they ain't want to listen to him.
It
Now
wasn't
this
about listening.
mama
Who got the clout?
went the other way with her son.
Mm-hmm.
She said,
She helping them. She said, son, go get them bitches. You popular, they like you. I'm peeping you out too. I see what they like and shit. Go get them. See, it don't always go the women's way, child. Right? It don't always go where the woman is getting pushed out there. The little boy getting pushed out there too. Hey, that a nigga out there to go get the young meat.
in jail for that shit. Mama out on bond. He in jail.
He in jail. He the boy though.
Mm-hmm. The ringleader out. The worker in.
Oh, the ringleader out. Ghislaine Maxwell out. Whoo! Chop, I don't be trying to make shit up, bro. But this is a great point that you're bringing up. I mean, she's definitely a killer mom. You hear me though? when you destroy niggas' future, you hear me though?
Yeah.
I mean, when you destroy niggas' future with oh man.
You put that man in there.
Bitch, you the pimp. Like I don't like
5 to 6
but
people.
our laws, the way our laws set up.
A school teacher.
The way our laws set up. This bitch could be the most beautiful, coldest bitch ever. And she could make her son look like he's a weirdo. Her son is the weirdo. You don't want me down with this shit? You don't want to get bitches with me? What the fuck? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hot, bro.
Yeah, this is bad when I seen this.
But it's not just random though, dog. Like this is like some everyday shit, son. It's not that, and that's not no random. It probably was random for you, but I'm saying like the situation. Like there's way more women that we actually believe into this same type of shit, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's no holds barred. Like what we used to believe of what people, like they say, you got a picture of a pedophile in your head, right? And you know how they look. You just have a certain look. It's gonna be. But no, that look in your head or whatever people, are thinking in their head, you gotta throw that shit out the window because these motherfuckers is coming in all shapes and all forms.
Mm-hmm. That's facts.
Just like women that don't think that, because they are women or because they are a woman that they're going to uphold the Lord to the utmost, chap. A lot of our women got to get that past their head because, and I get it why they do it. It's the same thing when we were trying to fight for us being humans, right? As so-called black people.
What?
The same thing happened with the feminist movement with white bitches. Like a lot of white bitches got black girls to fight for them with that shit.
True.
It's the same thing with just not understanding that a woman would be involved with some shit like this. We don't want to. You see what I'm saying? Like it's not a thing. It don't happen, chop. It doesn't exist. this woman didn't really do this. Like she was put in a position where she loved a man at one time, but now because of her circumstance, she fell in love with a younger boy. They will make excuses like that. I just made that up on the fly just now.
Why are they using all them good pictures of her?
But you know they would take that, see what I'm saying? To make
Look,
her
she's smiling
look
coming off the.
like she's the victim in this, and she, as if women don't have perception. They act like women don't have shit that they into. They're just docile to men. I don't believe that, child, bro. I'm telling you, son. They got women that like to chain niggas up and shit and clamp their balls, and like they have their own little fetishes and freakish shit that they into too, son. I'm telling you this, son. If you're an asshole or you are an asinine masculine bigot, if you don't think that women have their own free way of thinking, regardless of what you and the women in your sector, are agreeing with in your position. Let a fucking woman tell you the truth about what she really want and all that shit. It will fuck an average man up, son. I'm telling you. Because we don't believe it. But if we take that shit out of our heads of what we don't believe and let them rock how they rock to see what's really going on, you probably open your eyes up to more shit. That's why they accepting punks and shit. The post is more understanding, which is rightful if you gonna get a dick up your ass. But I'm not about to sacrifice my manhood to understand what a woman talking about.
Right.
I'm not.
I'm damn sure ain't about to do that.
I'm not. But look, I'm gonna go through the process as a man to see what y'all are talking about. I could go that far, right? And I could put it with history and put it with my own knowledge of my understanding of how this shit really supposed to go. Because also a woman does respect a man being a man too, regardless of what they accept with the punk shit or just all woman and I am woman and all this shit here. No, they still in their own intuition still have the respect for a man being a man and him standing on his own, act shining sharp. These bitches like to be choked too, and they want 25 a cheek, child.
25 a cheek is nasty word.
So, brother, look, I'm about to play this beat, bro, and we can end this off, chop. I ain't even about to play with P Dot on the spot, because he definitely not on that motherfucker tonight. You know what I'm saying? That nigga ain't on no spot tonight. That nigga on some other shit, bro. He had a whole segment and they ain't even come through with half of the shit. You hear me, though?
Yeah.
So, I love this beat right here. I'm about to... About to keep that bitch popping like that, you know what I'm saying? How we do? Shout out to the people that was in the building, man. Shout out to my nigga Chop Track for lasting on this motherfucker like an Amtrak. You did just keep going and going and going. I appreciate you, brother, for holding on with your dog. I know it's a lot. We all got to get this shit in, just to bring it forth. I wish we had more of a concept on this one as far as when it came to these moms. But, hey, a situation, the situation I showed y'all, man, the situation Chop showed y'all, man. I mean, that's enough to get the hint. Like I said, Sunday, we're going to be coming with Shannon Sharp in this situation with him and probably some other things too. I might switch it up. I don't know. But for now, we're definitely going to try to see what's going on with this Shannon Sharp situation, because there's more allegations, y'all. There's more women that came out. Oh, shit.
Damn.
It's not just the white bitch. 25 cheek to cheek. There's actually some black women involved too, not y'all. So we'll get into a little bit more of that Sunday. You know what I'm saying? I hope y'all tune in. I appreciate everybody, man. Look, final words, Chop, before we roll out.
Yeah, but we just gotta stop putting the agenda on crime, bro. Like a murder is a murder. You know, just that simple. Like it don't matter if a woman did it or a man, and y'all gotta stop giving cause some, you know, they got some men that's fucked up. They get them children and do the same thing some of these women do with them. You know what I'm saying? Or sell them off into something or something like that too. So it's not always good to just leave them with the dad. You know what I'm saying? Not talking about the good moms, but when they got a dad that's tough, you gotta let them be daddies, bro. You gotta let them be fathers to them children. Child tracks.
That's what's up, dog. Shout out to the people that build it, man. Like my dog said, man, we gonna end it off with that one, man. My final thoughts. Hey, man, I think I said enough for the night. Fuck, it's my final thoughts. Shit, these motherfuckers. If y'all ain't get nothing the fuck I said, y'all wasn't fucking listening. Nothing I said, dude. Because at the same time, like my dog said, man, we all held accountable for our shit, bro. Especially the responsibility of a fucking child. So stop taking that shit as if it's just some confetti that you threw up in the fucking air, or for some firecracker that you pop for New Year's Eve in New Orleans or something. No, this is an everyday, all day thing that you have committed to once you have the motherfucker. And once the man commit to actually going along with your ass to keep the motherfucker. So it's not up to you no more to say that you're gonna take its life. Just get that established, bitch. Ain't no such thing as my baby, my child, and all that goofy ass shit. You're being taught by the evils that roam this fucking world. As long as you pay attention and you take your fucking guidance from that shit, guess what? You're gonna have problems for the rest of your fucking life. And then nobody can save you from that. Rather you have a fucking old man, a husband, or whatever, or not. He still ain't gonna be able to save your ass. Guess what? It's always gonna be in the back of your fucking head. It's not gonna be in the back of his, it's gonna be in the back of yours. And either you're gonna destroy that relationship, or you're gonna come to copes in reality of what the fuck you did as a mother, because you killed your children, not him. So regardless of how you think it's supposed to go, bitch, this is the reality of it, and you have to deal with it. And as long as y'all not taking responsibility for y'all shit, guess what? The nigga that you fuck with ain't gonna do it neither. This is Blunttalk Nola. This is your boy, your motherfucking partner, your rounds. That's gonna always hold you down. Solid Child 17. Dog, son. And I got my dog in the building with me by the end of his who you is again? Yes, sir. And we out this motherfucker. Shalom, my dude.
Shalom.